The Knights Templar, the rise and fall of the warrior monks, is the story of one of the most powerful and most rapidly destroyed military orders the medieval world ever produced, an order whose rise and ruin still shapes how we understand faith, ambition, and the uses of power. Let us begin not with the order itself, but with the city that made it possible, because without that city the order would never have existed. And that city is Jerusalem. Jerusalem stands on a low hill in a landscape of pale stone and deep valleys, encircled by higher ground on almost every side. It is a city that has been inhabited, contested, destroyed, rebuilt, and contested again across more millennia than most human institutions can claim to remember. By the time the first men who would call themselves Templars arrived there in the early 12th century, Jerusalem had already accumulated more layers of sacred history than any single tradition could fully contain. For those who followed the Jewish faith, the hill on which the city stood held the memory of King David's conquest and of the great temple that his son Solomon built to house the Ark of the Covenant. The temple itself had been destroyed long before the 12th century, its stones taken, its site cleared and rebuilt and cleared again. But the memory of it remained inseparable from the ground itself. For Christians, Jerusalem was the place where Christ had preached and been condemned, where he had carried the cross through narrow streets, where he had died and, in the belief of his followers, risen. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre marked the site of his burial, a complex of interlinked chapels and courtyards that pilgrims had been visiting since at least the 4th century. The Empress Helena, mother of the Emperor Constantine, came there on pilgrimage and was said to have discovered a relic of the true cross. From that point forward, the Roman Empire's relationship to Jerusalem was not merely political, but devotional. For Muslims, Jerusalem held a significance that was at once ancient and very specific. The Dome of the Rock, built between 688 and 692 by the Caliph Abd al-Malik, stood on the Temple Mount above what was understood to be the rock from which the Prophet Muhammad had ascended to heaven on his night journey. Beside it, the mosque built by al-Walid in or after 709 was known as Al-Aqsa, meaning the furthest point from Mecca and Medina that the Prophet had reached on that journey. Jerusalem was, by any reckoning, the third holiest city in Islam, and it had been under Muslim rule, with relatively brief interruptions, since the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab accepted its surrender in 638. It was this accumulation of sacred meaning, layered upon a single hill, in a small, rocky, water-scarce region of the eastern Mediterranean, that gave Jerusalem its extraordinary gravitational pull on the medieval imagination. And it was the sudden, violent disruption of that city's political arrangements at the end of the 11th century that made possible everything that followed. The disruption came from the West, in the form of what would later be called the First Crusade. Its origins lay in an appeal made by the Byzantine Emperor Alexius to Pope Urban II, seeking military assistance against the Seljuk Turks who had advanced deep into Byzantine territory. Urban responded at the Council of Clermont in November 1095, promising warriors of Western Europe that those who went to fight in the Holy Land would receive forgiveness for their sins. The response was far larger than anyone had anticipated. Armies gathered from France, Normandy, England, Flanders, southern Italy, and elsewhere. They were known collectively as the Franks, a term used in both Christian and Muslim sources. The journey to the east was long, dangerous, and marked by extraordinary violence at multiple points. The armies of the First Crusade moved through Byzantine territory, took the cities of Edessa and Antioch, and eventually descended toward Jerusalem. They benefited from deep political divisions within the Islamic world, divisions between the Sunni Abbasid Caliphate of Baghdad and the Shia Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt, between the Seljuk Turks and various other powers, all of which made coordinated resistance to the Crusaders difficult to achieve. Jerusalem fell on a Friday, the 15th of July, in the year 1099. The capture was accompanied by massacres of the city's Jewish and Muslim inhabitants, a fact recorded in both Christian and Muslim sources of the period. The Christian conquerors found themselves in possession of a city they regarded as the spiritual center of the world, the place where heaven and earth were understood to meet. And they found themselves, almost immediately, overwhelmed by the practical difficulty of holding it. The forces of the First Crusade had come as pilgrims and warriors, not as colonists. The small proportion who remained found themselves in possession of a series of territories along the eastern Mediterranean coast that were surrounded on almost every side by populations that had not accepted the conquest and would not cease to contest it. The first king of Jerusalem, Baldwin I, could count on only 300 knights and 300 foot soldiers in the vicinity of the city itself by the year 1100. It was not enough to protect the country. The Crusaders' hold on their new territories depended entirely on a continuous supply of personnel, money, and will from Western Europe. It also depended on the fragmentation and division of their Muslim opponents, which they had exploited so successfully in the initial campaign, but which they could not rely upon indefinitely. And it depended, in ways that no one in 1099 could have fully anticipated, on the willingness of individual men and women across Europe to undertake the dangerous journey to Jerusalem as pilgrims, to pray at the holy sites, and to return home alive. That willingness existed in abundance. Pilgrimage to Jerusalem had been a central element of Christian life for centuries. People made these journeys for the good of their souls, sometimes to seek divine relief from illness, sometimes as penance for their sins, sometimes from a pure desire to stand in the places where the events of sacred history had unfolded. They believed that God looked kindly on those who made such journeys faithfully, and that proximity to the holy sites concentrated the power of prayer. The journey, however, was extraordinarily dangerous. An English pilgrim named Ceolwulf made the voyage to the Holy Land beginning on the 13th of July, 1102, departing from the coastal town of Monopoly. He had already survived one shipwreck on his passage east. His route took him through Corfu, Cephalonia, and Corinth, overland to the Aegean, and then southeastward through the islands to Rhodes and Cyprus before he finally arrived at Jaffa, the principal port of entry for Jerusalem. He arrived, by his own account, just hours before a catastrophic storm struck the harbour on Monday, the 13th of October, 1102. The storm destroyed most of the ships, anchored off Jaffa's steeply shelving beach. The dead eventually numbered approximately 1,000. Ceolwulf survived. He made his way to Jerusalem and prayed at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which he described in his memoir as more celebrated than any other church, the place where all the prophecies and foretellings about the Saviour Jesus Christ were truly fulfilled. He examined the prison cell where Christ was said to have been held after his betrayal, the spot where the cross had been found, the pillar against which Christ was bound when he was flogged, the site of the crucifixion, the rock split in two as described in the Gospel of Matthew, and finally the sepulchre itself, the supposed tomb of Christ, surrounded by continuously burning oil lamps and paved with marble. Ceolwulf's account gives a texture to Jerusalem that no purely strategic or political history can provide. It tells us what the city felt like to those who travelled so far and risked so much to reach it, and why the question of who controlled that city mattered so profoundly to the people of the medieval Christian world. The Crusaders who remained in Jerusalem after 1099 had identified the holy places of the city with an intense localism, mapping the events of sacred history onto specific stones and doorways and pools of shadow. They had made the identification of the Dome of the Rock as the Lord's Temple and the Al-Aqsa Mosque as Solomon's Temple, not fully understanding that the original buildings described in their scriptures had been destroyed many centuries before, and that the structures they saw were something quite different. The Al-Aqsa Mosque had been converted to use as a palace for the Christian king of Jerusalem. The Temple Mount thus held, for the new Frankish settlers, the same quality of sacred condensation that it held for Jews and Muslims, though their interpretation of it was entirely their own. The city that the first Templars would have known was small, walled, and organized around its sacred geography. Jerusalem sat on its low hill, surrounded by deep valleys, overlooked by higher ground, including the Mount of Olives to the east, where Christ was said to have taught his disciples, and from where he had ascended to heaven. Beyond the eastern wall lay a cemetery, and beyond that Gethsemane, where Christ had prayed on the night of his betrayal. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre lay within the city walls, its great rotunda marking the site of the tomb, approached through a complex of chapels and courtyards that commemorated each stage of the Passion. The Franks who settled in this city after 1099 established a kingdom that was remarkable in its ambition and precarious in its foundations. They set up lordships and Catholic patriarchs and a network of bishops. They divided the region into 4 major secular territories, including the Kingdom of Jerusalem itself, the Principality of Antioch, the County of Edessa, and the County of Tripoli. Historians now call these the Crusader states, though the people who lived there did not use that term. The settlers called themselves the Franks, a term that reflected the predominantly French-speaking character of the original crusading armies. They were outnumbered in the lands they claimed to govern. They held their position partly through military force, partly through the divisions and rivalries of their opponents, and partly through a constant flow of pilgrims and new settlers from Western Europe. The maintenance of safe routes for those pilgrims was not merely a pious obligation, it was a strategic necessity. Without a steady supply of men, money, and will from the West, the Crusader states could not survive. It was this necessity, this specific and urgent requirement for the protection of pilgrims on the dangerous roads between the coast and Jerusalem, that would shortly give rise to the order whose story this documentary follows. The Knights Templar did not appear from nowhere. They emerged from a specific place, at a specific moment, in response to a specific problem. And that place was Jerusalem, as it stood in the years immediately following the conquest of 1099, a city layered with more sacred meaning than any single tradition could contain, newly in the hands of a small and embattled Christian kingdom, drawing pilgrims from across the Western world along roads that no one yet made safe. The city at the center of the world had been taken. Now it had to be held, and its roads had to be kept. And from that pressure, quietly and without immediate fanfare, something new was about to come into existence. The story of the Knights Templar begins not with a grand proclamation or a military victory, but with a small group of knights approaching a king in a captured city and making a proposal that no one had quite made before. The exact circumstances of that meeting remain, after 9 centuries, a matter of genuine scholarly uncertainty. The sources disagree on when it happened, on who first conceived the idea, on how many men were present, and on what they said to one another. What is not in doubt is that the meeting occurred, that it was received favorably, and that from it emerged one of the most consequential religious institutions the medieval world would produce. The founding year of the Order of the Temple is itself a contested fact, and it is worth dwelling on that uncertainty before proceeding, because it is characteristic of nearly everything the sources tell us about the Order's beginnings. Michael Hague states in his account that the Order was founded on Christmas Day 1119 in Jerusalem. Helen Nicholson, in her scholarly study, writes that the Order was probably founded in 1119 and given church approval at the Council of Nablus in January 1120. Eudedocrus gives the founding year as 1118 in some passages of his account, and as 1119 in others. Dan Jones places the founding in 1119, with the First Templars setting up their order in Jerusalem. Neither of these positions can be resolved from the surviving evidence, and any account that presents a single confident date is doing something the sources themselves do not fully support. Both positions are noted here without resolution. What is agreed upon is the name of the man who led the small founding group, Hugues de Payens, a French knight from the Champagne region of northern France. He is referred to in different sources as Hugues de Payens, and Hugues de Payens, the variations reflecting the usual instability of medieval names across languages and manuscripts. He had come to the east with connections to Hugh, Count of Champagne, and scholars have deduced that he was likely one of the Count's knights. He may have arrived in Jerusalem with the Count's expedition of 1140, and remained when the Count returned home, though this remains an inference rather than a documented fact. The number of companions who accompanied de Payens in the founding of the order is itself a point on which sources diverge. The chronicler, William of Tyre, composing his history of the Crusader states between 1165 and 1184, stressed the order's initial poverty and slow recruitment, writing that after 9 years there were still only 9 brothers. This tradition of 9 founding brothers appears in multiple sources. Docraz describes the order as beginning with Hugues de Payens, plus 8 relatives and acquaintances, including Godfrey de Saint-Omer and André de Montbard, which again produces a total of 9. Whether the number 9 refers to the founding group as a whole, or describes the state of the order after some years of operation, is not entirely clear from the surviving accounts. Both readings appear in sources without definitive resolution. Among the named companions, Godfrey of Saint-Omer, also written as Godfrey de Saint-Omer, appears consistently as one of the founding members. André de Montbard is also named, and he would later prove significant for a reason that had nothing to do with his own actions. He was the uncle of Bernard, the abbot of Clairvaux, the most influential churchman in the Western world of his generation. That connection would matter enormously in the years ahead, though whether Bernard's support for the order derived from his uncle's membership, from his friendship with the Count of Champagne, or from some other personal attachment that the sources no longer preserve, is a question that cannot be answered with confidence. The initiative itself, the act of approaching the king and the church authorities in Jerusalem with a proposal for a new kind of military religious order, is described differently by different medieval writers. William of Tyre, writing several decades after the events he described and at a geographic and chronological remove that compromises his reliability for this period, attributed the founding impulse to the knights themselves, but framed the ecclesiastical approval as coming primarily from Warmond of Picquigny, the Patriarch of Jerusalem. William described the First Templars as noble knights, devoted to God, religious and God-fearing, who entrusted themselves into the hands of the Patriarch to serve Christ. Their leaders, in his account, were Hugues de Payens, or Payens, and Godfrey of St. Omer. William recorded that there was nowhere for them to live, so King Baldwin II gave them his palace on the south side of what the Crusaders called the Lord's Temple, the Dome of the Rock, while the canons of the Lord's Temple gave them an area around the palace. This account, in which the Patriarch receives the most prominent role in approving the new order, may reflect William of Tyre's own perspective and agenda rather than what actually occurred. Nicholson notes that William may have exaggerated the Templars' dependence on the Patriarch in order to heighten the contrast between the early order, which he regarded as humble and useful to the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and the order of his own day, which he regarded as too independent and a danger to the kingdom. Earlier writers, those writing closer to the original foundation, told a somewhat different story. One Simon, a monk of Saint-Bertin, writing around 1135 to 1137, described the First Templars as Crusaders who had decided to stay in the Holy Land after the First Crusade instead of returning home. In his account, the decision was made on the advice of the princes of God's army, and the men who made it vowed themselves to God's temple under a rule involving renunciation of the world, the giving up of personal goods, liberation from personal property in order to pursue chastity, a communal life in humble clothing, and the use of weapons to defend the land against the attacks of pagans when necessity demanded. Simon stressed the religious nature of the enterprise rather than its military character, and he attributed the initiative to the secular nobles of the Kingdom of Jerusalem rather than to the Patriarch. The chronicle attributed to Ernul, written after 1187, offered yet another version. In this account, the First Templars were knights who had dedicated themselves to the Holy Sepulchre after the First Crusade, and who, recognizing that the country needed warriors and feeling dissatisfied with their own idle and comfortable existence, decided to elect a master who could lead them in battle. King Baldwin II gave his approval, called together the Patriarch, the archbishops, bishops, and barons, and after discussion the new order was approved. In this version it was the king who played the primary role, not the Patriarch. The king then gave the brothers his palace in front of the Lord's Temple as a dwelling, and the order took its name from that location. The Anglo-Norman monk Orderic Vitalis, writing in the 1120s or 1130s in the Norman monastery of St. Héroul, recorded that Fulk V, Count of Anjou, had joined the Knights of the Temple for a time when on pilgrimage to Jerusalem in 1120, and that after returning to the west he continued to pay them an annual sum of 30 pounds of Anjou to support them. Orderic described the Templars as knights, who should be held in great respect, men who devoted their lives to the physical and spiritual service of God, despised all worldly things, and faced martyrdom daily. He said nothing about how the order began, but his work confirmed that it was in operation by 1120. Nicholson draws from this varied testimony the following conclusion. Contemporaries disagreed over how the order of the Temple began. They agreed that the order was set up with the approval of the highest religious and secular authorities in the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and that this approval came quickly, since formal church recognition was granted in 1120, suggesting that the founding took place in 1119. But whether the initiative came from the knights themselves, from the patriarch, from the secular lords of the kingdom, or from some combination of these, is something the surviving sources cannot resolve. Beyond that, the precise occasion on which King Baldwin II received de Payens and his companions and agreed to support them is not recorded in a way that settles the question definitively. What is agreed upon across the sources is that the king agreed to their request and gave them a headquarters. That headquarters was a wing of the royal palace on the Temple Mount, which occupied the building the Crusaders called Solomon's Temple, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The Temple Mount had a powerful resonance because it stood above what was believed to be the ruins of Solomon's original temple, and the Crusaders identified the Al-Aqsa Mosque with that ancient structure, without recognizing that the original buildings had been entirely destroyed long before the mosque was built. From this location the new order took its name. The full formal name, as it would later appear in official documents, was the Poor Knights of Christ of the Temple, which is in Jerusalem, rendered in Latin as Pauperes Commilitones, Christi Templice Salomonici. In common usage they became simply the Templars. William of Tyre's later account stressed this poverty as a founding characteristic, and the image that would eventually appear on the order's seal, two knights riding on a single horse, was understood to be a record of that early poverty and an encouragement to humility. Matthew Paris, the monk and chronicler of St. Albans Abbey, recorded around 1250 his understanding of that seal's symbolism. At first, although they were active in arms, they were so poor that they only had one warhorse between two. As a result, and as a record of their early poverty, and as an encouragement to be humble, there are inscribed upon their seal two men riding one horse. To quote, "The memory of that founding poverty would remain a powerful image for the Templars throughout the order's history. The formal church recognition that consolidated the order's existence came at the Council of Nablus in January 1120. This council, convened in the Crusader states, is identified by Nicholson as the probable occasion of the order's formal approval by the church authorities in the East. The founding brothers had taken the three monastic vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience, and their stated mission was to keep the pilgrim routes safe for those travelling to the holy sites of the Holy Land. This mission was understood by contemporaries to be at once religious and military, a combination that was genuinely novel and that would generate both enthusiastic support and serious theological questioning in the years ahead. For the first 9 years following the founding, the order remained small and relatively obscure. William of Tyre's statement that after 9 years there were still only 9 brothers has been taken by some scholars to indicate deliberate restriction of recruitment, and by others to reflect the order's genuine difficulty in attracting members during a period when its legitimacy was still uncertain. The brothers wore ordinary clothes like secular knights during these early years, without any distinctive religious habit. They had not yet received the white mantle that would become their most recognizable emblem, and the red cross that would come to define their visual identity was still further in the future. In these early years, they were simply a small group of men living communally in a corner of the royal palace on the Temple Mount, doing their best to protect the roads with whatever resources they had. The buildings they occupied on the Temple Mount would later be significantly expanded and developed. The Crusaders referred to the complex as Solomon's Temple, and the broader Temple Mount platform, with the Dome of the Rock at its center and the Aqsa Mosque at its southern end, became the physical heart of the Templar presence in Jerusalem. The buildings attached to the mosque would eventually house stables, dormitories, chapels, and administrative spaces, the infrastructure of a growing military religious institution. But in those early years, none of this existed. The brothers lived simply, in the austerity their vows required, in a building that symbolized, for every Christian who knew of them, the ancient history of God's covenant with his people. The impulse that had led de Payens and his companions to make their proposal to King Baldwin was not unprecedented in the Christian world. Knightly confraternities, groups of warriors banding together for mutual support and religious purposes, had been becoming more common in Western Europe since the 11th century. These were associations of men who believed that a knight should use his sword in God's service to fight evil and promote God's will, and that God would reward him for doing so. The First Crusade itself had been, in a sense, the largest such confraternity ever assembled, a military pilgrimage in which the religious and martial identities of the participants were understood as unified rather than contradictory. What made the Order of the Temple different from these earlier confraternities was the explicit combination of monastic vows with permanent military service, lived out not as a one-time pilgrimage, but as a way of life. The brothers were not crusaders passing through. They were permanent residents of the Holy Land, committed to remaining there for as long as the order required. They took vows that bound them for life. They held no private property. They lived communally, ate together, and answered to their leader and, through him, to the Church. This was genuinely new, and it is not surprising that the idea generated both admiration and unease among the theologians and churchmen who encountered it. The unease was not primarily about the military aspect of the order's work. Christian warfare had been understood as potentially meritorious for centuries, and the crusading ideal had given new expression to that understanding. The unease was, rather, about the combination of warfare and monasticism, about whether a man whose hands were engaged in killing could genuinely be said to be living the religious life. Could a monk be a soldier? Could a soldier be a monk? These were not trivial questions in an intellectual world that had spent centuries defining the proper boundaries of religious life. Bernard of Clairvaux would eventually provide the most celebrated answer to these questions, but his involvement with the order came after its founding, not at its inception. Bernard was a Cistercian abbot of immense influence and a figure of central importance to the Reform movement in the 12th century Latin Church. He was also the nephew of André de Montbard, one of the founding Templar Knights, a connection that may have inclined him towards sympathy with the new order's enterprise. Nicholson notes that Bernard's role was played only after the order had come into existence, and that the sources do not fully explain why he chose to support it as he did. Docrus describes Bernard as the order's patron, and identifies him as primarily responsible for the founding of the Cistercian order of monks, calling him a nephew of André de Montbard. These two descriptions of Bernard's role are not fully incompatible, but the emphasis each places on his involvement differs, and the question of how central his contribution was to the order's early development is one that the sources do not settle definitively. What is clear is that Hugues de Payens himself travelled to Western Europe in the years 1127 to 1129, before the Council of Troyes, visiting courts and churches across France and England and Scotland, seeking donations, recruits, and formal ecclesiastical endorsement for the order he had founded. Wherever he and his companions went, they were received warmly. Secular and religious leaders gave them donations of land, money, and noble-born sons. The idea of a permanent military order dedicated to the protection of pilgrims and the defense of the Holy Land had taken hold in the imagination of Western Christendom with remarkable speed. Within a single generation of the founding, the small group of 9 knights who had settled in a corner of the royal palace in Jerusalem had become the foundation of an institution with properties and supporters across the length and breadth of Catholic Europe. The Council of Troyes, convened in January 1129 in Champagne, the same region from which Hugues de Payens had come, gave the order its formal ecclesiastical standing and its rule. This gathering of senior churchmen, presided over by the Cardinal Legate Matthew of Albano, heard from de Payens an account of how the Order of the Temple had begun and how it conducted its life, and the delegates praised what they thought was good and beneficial and set aside any practices of which they did not approve. Bernard of Clairvaux played an important role in drawing up the Latin version of the rule that the council established. The council also assigned the brothers a white habit, a simple light cloak or mantle that would mark them out as people who had taken monastic vows. White symbolized purity. The distinctive red cross that would come to be the order's most recognizable emblem was added later, most probably at the launch of the Second Crusade in 1147, when Pope Eugenius III permitted the brothers to wear a red cross on their white mantles as a symbol of martyrdom. The rule established at the Council of Troyes was not a secret document. The Latin manuscripts of the rule that survived into modern times did not belong to the Templars themselves, but were copied for other religious people outside the order. The rule formed the basis of later military orders, and during the trial of the order on Cyprus in 1310 and 1311, one of the lay witnesses said he had read the rule and was very impressed by it. Its provisions were austere and specific. Knights were to eat meat no more than 3 times per week. They were to have no physical contact of any kind with women, including members of their own family. The original 72 clauses laid down in detail the types of garments the brothers were to wear, how many horses they could have, and the entire structure of their daily life. A master of the order was assigned 4 horses, and 1 chaplain brother with 3 horses, and 1 sergeant brother with 2 horses, and 1 gentleman valet to carry his shield and lance with 1 horse. As the order grew and developed, more guidelines were added, and the original list of 72 clauses expanded to several hundred in its final form. Before the Council of Troyes gave the order its rule and its white habit, Bernard of Clairvaux had composed a letter addressed directly to Hugues de Payens in support of the new brotherhood. This letter, known by its Latin title De Laude Novae Militiae, meaning in praise of the new knighthood, was written before 1136 and addressed, in Bernard's words, to my dearest Hugh, Knight of Christ and Master of the Knighthood of Christ. The letter circulated beyond the order, copied into manuscripts owned by other religious houses, and during the later trial of the order, one brother stated that he had owned a copy of it. In the letter, Bernard described a new kind of knighthood that had arisen in the lands where Christ had walked, setting it apart from secular knighthood by its motives, its discipline, and its dual character as both monastic and military. He concluded with a formulation that captured something of the paradox at the heart of the new institution. I am almost in doubt whether they ought to be called monks or knights, except that perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to call them both. Except that perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to call them both, were genuinely new in the history of the Latin Church. The Templars were not monks, though they took monastic vows. They were not soldiers in the ordinary sense, though they fought. They were something that had not existed before, and the terminology available to contemporaries strained to contain them. The reactions they provoked were correspondingly varied. Some welcomed them as the fulfillment of a need that everyone could see. The pilgrim roads were dangerous, the Crusader states were understaffed, and here was a group of trained warriors who had committed their lives to addressing precisely these problems. Others were uneasy about the theological implications of combining religious vows with the shedding of blood, and a small number were openly critical. One letter that survives from this early period may have been written by de Payens himself. It is signed by a man calling himself Hugh Peccator, meaning Hugh the Sinner, and it is addressed to the Knights of Christ in the Temple at Jerusalem. The letter has no date, and Hugh's identity remains uncertain. An increasing number of scholars believe it was written by Hugues de Payens, a view supported by the simplicity of its Latin and its intimate knowledge of the order's early difficulties. The picture the letter paints is one of small scale and embattlement. Outsiders were telling the Templars that their vocation was spiritually inferior, that fighting was unworthy of a Christian, and that if they genuinely wished to serve God, they should join a more contemplative order, where prayer and meditation, rather than sword work, formed the substance of religious life. The brothers were also, the letter suggests, forgotten by Christendom, receiving few gifts and little acknowledgement for the work they did. De Payens, if the letter is indeed his, answered these criticisms with directness. The order was essential, he argued, even if it was humble. Without the brothers of the temple, Christendom would be damaged by the storms that assailed it. The brothers lived a spiritual life when they were not fighting. They fasted and prayed. Their order was as good a place to serve God as any order. These arguments would be made in far more polished form, by Bernard of Clairvaux, whose theological authority gave them a weight that de Payens could not himself provide. But the underlying conviction was the same in both cases. The combination of the monastic and the martial was not a compromise of religious seriousness, but a specific and necessary response to the situation in which Christians in the Holy Land found themselves. King Baldwin, the second of Jerusalem, who reigned from 1118 to 1131, had given the order its first home and his personal support. The Council of Nablus in January 1120 had given it church recognition. The Council of Troyes in January 1129 had given it a rule and a habit. These three moments, spread across a decade, constituted the founding of the order in any meaningful institutional sense. By 1129, the Knights Templar were no longer a small group of men living by the generosity of a king. They were a recognized religious order with properties, supporters, and a defined way of life. The Temple Mount, where it had all begun, remained the symbolic and practical heart of the order for as long as Christians held Jerusalem. The brothers would add to their headquarters, building stables and dormitories and chapels against the walls of the mosque and in the spaces of the platform around it. They would ride out from those buildings on patrol and escort, the small vanguard of an institution that would eventually control a network of approximately 15,000 houses across Europe and the Near East, and number somewhere between 15,000 and 20,000 members, of whom about a tenth were actual knights. From the few to the many, from a single donated wing of a royal palace to a multinational institution with its own fleet of ships and its own banking system, this is the arc that begins in 1119, or perhaps Christmas Day of that year, or perhaps 1118, in a city where the streets carry the weight of three faiths, and where a small group of men in ordinary clothes had decided to try to do something that no one had tried before. The questions the order's founding immediately raised, about the relationship between religious life and warfare, about the proper limits of papal authority, about the nature of the Christian's obligation to the defense of the Holy Land, would be argued through for generations. But in the chamber where de Payens met Baldwin, in the stone rooms beneath the platform of the Temple Mount, none of that debate had yet begun. There were simply a few men, a king who had agreed to help them, and a city that was, by every understanding available to the people who lived in it, the center of the world. There is a moment, somewhere in the middle of the 12th century, when the order of the temple becomes recognizable to us. A man in a white mantle with a red cross sewn above his heart, riding a heavy war horse through the streets of a Crusader city or the lanes of a French village. This is the image that endures. But that image had to be assembled, piece by piece, through a decade of institutional uncertainty, a journey across much of Western Europe, and a single winter council in the county of Champagne. Before there was a white mantle, there were only men. The early years of the order that Hugues de Payens founded in Jerusalem were marked by a poverty that was in some respects genuine and in other respects performed. William of Tyre, the 12th century archbishop and chronicler, who remains one of the primary narrative sources for the early Templars, wrote that after 9 years there were still only 9 brothers in the order. Scholars have noted that William was composing his history of the Crusader states between 1165 and 1184, and that he was studying in Europe from around 1146 to 1165, which makes him an unreliable witness for events that preceded his residence in the East. His portrait of a tiny, impoverished fraternity may be correct, or it may reflect a deliberate narrative contrast between the humble origins and the later pride that William distrusted. The number 9 itself, 9 knights, 9 years, carries the weight of symbolism rather than census. Other sources give the founding group as Hugues de Payens plus 8 relatives and acquaintances, which produces the same total by slightly different arithmetic. Both figures appear in the sources without definitive resolution, and it is worth holding them lightly. What the early order lacked, more than men or money, was a recognized shape. A knightly confraternity that had received informal approval from a king and a patriarch was not the same as an order of the Church. The Council of Nablus in January 1120 provided what most sources identify as the probable occasion of formal ecclesiastical recognition, but recognition of existence and recognition of purpose are different things. The Templars needed a rule, a written document specifying how they lived, how they were organized, what they wore, what they ate, when they prayed, and by what authority they acted. Rules were the constitutional documents of religious life in the 12th century. Without one, an order was a rumour. It was to acquire this document and to gather the broader endorsement of the Western Church and its nobility that Hugues de Payens travelled around Western Europe between 1127 and 1129. The journey was itself a kind of argument. By appearing before kings and councils, by visiting monasteries and courts, by accepting donations and recruits, de Payens demonstrated that the order was real, that it had a function, the Christian world recognized as necessary, and that it was worthy of formal support. People who made donations to the order drew up charters setting out their reasons for giving, and these documents survive as evidence of how the Templars were understood from the outside. One charter, issued by Bishop Simon of Noyons and the canons of his cathedral between 1130 and 1131, expressed the gift in terms of a theological category. For we know that 3 orders have been instituted by God in the Church, the order of prayers, of defenders, and of workers. The other orders were in decline, while the order of defenders had almost completely perished. But God the Father and our Lord Jesus Christ, God's Son, had mercy on the Church. Through the infusion of the Holy Spirit in our hearts, in these most recent times he deigned to repair the lost order. Writing that the Knights of the Temple were ready to lead pilgrims to and from Jerusalem, so that they can proceed more safely to the aforementioned places which are consecrated by the bodily presence of our Lord Jesus Christ. Rule was formally established. The order had acquired a public identity as defenders of the roads, as guardians of pilgrims, as the repairers of a social order that God had allowed to decay. The Council of Troyes convened in January 1129 in the county of Champagne, the region from which Hugues de Payens himself appears to have originated. The council formally established the rule of the Order of the Temple and gave the brothers a distinctive habit. The clerk, Jean-Michel, who recorded the Latin rule, noted that it was Bernard and the council who ordered him to undertake the task, and that Bernard's contributions were praised by those present. Hugues de Payens set before the council how the order had begun and how it lived, and the delegates approved what they found beneficial and set aside what they did not. The rule that emerged from this process was, from the beginning, a public document rather than a secret one. The Latin manuscripts that survived into the modern period did not belong to the Templars themselves, but were copied for people outside the order. Pope Clement V later owned 2 copies of the Templar rule in French translation. It formed the basis for the rules of later military orders, including the Teutonic Order. During the trial of the Templars on Cyprus in 1310 and 1311, one lay witness stated that he had read the rule and was greatly impressed by it. In short, the rule was always intended to be seen. The secrecy that later accusers would attach to the order's inner life was not a feature of its constitutional document. The rule's 72 original clauses laid down the details of the brothers' daily existence, with a care that extended to horses and clothing as much as prayer and discipline. Knights were to eat meat no more than 3 times per week. They were forbidden from any physical contact with women, including members of their own families. The Grand Master of the Order was assigned 4 horses, a chaplain brother with 3 horses, a sergeant brother with 2 horses, and a gentleman valet to carry his shield and lance with 1 horse. These allocations were not ornamental. They reflected the Order's fundamental character as a fighting institution that governed itself like a monastery. As the Order grew and its circumstances changed, the original 72 clauses expanded to several hundred in the rule's final form. The hierarchy of the order was also specified. There were 3 main ranks: noble knights, who wore white mantles, non-noble sergeants, who wore black or brown, and chaplains, who were added as a formal class in 1139. Knights were equipped as heavy cavalry, with 3 or 4 horses and 1 or 2 squires, who were generally hired outsiders rather than members of the order. Sergeants served as light cavalry in the Crusader states and brought essential skills, blacksmithing, building, administration of the order's European properties, to the institution. The white mantle was assigned to the Templars at the Council of Troyes in 1129, and it carried the symbolism of purity and chastity that the white habit of the Cistercians also carried. The red cross came later. Sources indicate that it was most probably added to the Templars' robes in 1147 at the launch of the Second Crusade, when Pope Eugenius III, King Louis VII of France, and other notable figures attended a meeting of the French Templars. The red cross was a symbol of martyrdom, and to die in combat was understood within the order as a great honor that secured a place in heaven. Together, the white mantle and the red cross created the visual identity that contemporaries would recognize and that later centuries would mythologize. William of Tyre, writing of the early order before these emblems were established, describes the founding Templars simply as devoted to God, religious, and God-fearing. Quote, the habit transformed that description into something visible and institutional. The question of Bernard of Clairvaux's role in all of this is one of the genuinely contested matters in Templar history, and it is worth examining the different positions that sources take without attempting to resolve the dispute. Bernard was the abbot of the Cistercian Abbey of Clairvaux, a figure of enormous influence in the Catholic Church of the first half of the 12th century. He was, through the founding knight, André de Montbard, connected to the order by family as well as by sympathy. André was his uncle. He was also a close friend of Hugh, Count of Champagne, who had himself joined the order in 1125. Helen Nicholson notes in her study of the order that Bernard's role was played only after the order had already come into existence, and that his support for it may have arisen from his personal connections rather than from any founding role. The Templars' own later tradition, by contrast, gave Bernard and the Cistercians a prominent place in the foundation story. In July 1202, Philip de Plessis, then master of the order, wrote to the abbot of Citeaux and stated that our house took its institution from yours and your predecessors. One brother at Poitiers declared his belief that Bernard himself had founded the order. Both positions are held in the sources, Bernard as a later advocate and drafter, or Bernard as something closer to a founding patron. The parallels between the two institutions are in any case striking. The Cistercians wore plain white habits of undyed wool and prized austerity. The Templars adopted white mantles and plain buildings. The Cistercians were organized on a supranational basis with regular general chapters. The Templars adopted a similar structure. The Cistercians accepted lay brothers who earned their place through physical work. The Templars were predominantly a lay fraternity who earned their salvation through fighting. Whether Bernard shaped the order directly or whether the parallels reflect a shared religious sensibility of the period, the resemblance is difficult to ignore. What Bernard wrote on the Templars' behalf became one of the most influential religious texts produced in their favour. His letter, addressed to my dearest Hugh, Knight of Christ, and Master of the Knighthood of Christ, quote, was composed before 1136 and was written in Latin, the language that most Templars could not read, likely intended to be translated and read aloud to the brothers. The letter circulated beyond the order itself. It was copied into manuscripts owned by other religious houses, often alongside copies of the Latin rule. During the later trial, one brother mentioned that he had once owned a copy. Bernard's argument was built on an elaborate play between the words militia, meaning knighthood, and militia, meaning evil. Secular knighthood, in his account, was animated by pride, anger, and greed. The new knighthood of the temple was animated by a pure desire to defend Christendom and destroy evil. I am almost in doubt whether they ought to be called monks or knights, except that perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to call them both. Quat. This formulation captured something genuinely new about the Templars' institutional identity. They occupied a category that the existing vocabulary of religious life had not yet learned to describe. They were not monks, though they lived under vows and a rule. They were not secular knights, though they fought and died on battlefields. They were, as Bernard's letter insisted, something that had not existed before. Not everyone shared this enthusiasm. The same period that produced Bernard's letter also produced serious theological discomfort about the very idea of a religious order that wielded swords. Isaac of Étoile, a Cistercian philosopher who became abbot of the monastery of Étoile near Poitiers in 1147, composed a sermon that described the Templars with notable coolness, calling them a new monster, a certain new knighthood, whose order, as a certain man says neatly, is from the fifth gospel. Peter the Venerable, abbot of Cluny, writing with genuine warmth to a Templar master, nonetheless framed the order's identity in terms that suggested ambivalence. You are monks in your virtues, but knights in the methods you use. The Hugh Peccator letter, a document whose author signed himself Hugh the Sinner, and which an increasing number of scholars believe to have been written by Hugues de Payens himself, responded directly to this kind of criticism. The author wrote in simple Latin, defending the order's vocation against those who told the brothers that their work was spiritually inferior, that they should leave their humble little order and join a more contemplative one. The letter's argument was direct. Without the brothers of the temple, Christendom would be damaged by the storms that assail it. What the Council of Troyes produced then was not only a rule, but a resolution. It settled, at least for the purposes of the institutional church, the question of whether a military religious order was a legitimate thing. The formal blessing of the council gave the Templars a standing they had not previously possessed. Donations flowed in. Recruits arrived. The order that had existed for nearly a decade, in a condition of informal piety and material poverty, began to transform itself into an institution with properties in France, England, and Spain. The rule that Jean-Michel transcribed at Troyes was the foundation document of that transformation. Its 72 clauses would eventually become several hundred as the order accumulated experience and found that the world it operated in presented problems its founders had not anticipated. But the fundamental architecture, the hierarchy of knights and sergeants and chaplains, the vows, the prohibition on retreat, the daily rhythm of prayer and combat, was laid down in Champagne in January in the year 1129. The white mantle had been given. The red cross would follow. The image that would endure for centuries was assembling itself. The Templar seal, which Matthew Paris described in around 1250, depicted two knights riding on a single horse. Matthew Paris understood this as a record of the order's early poverty and an encouragement to humility. The image was thus already, by the mid-13th century, being read as a founding myth. The order had once been so poor that two men shared a horse, and the seal preserved that memory as a lesson. A lead seal from a charter of the 27th of April, 1168, associated with Master Bertrand de Blancafort, shows two knights on one horse on the obverse and the cupola of the dome of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on the reverse. The seal connected the order's poverty to its purpose. The two riders bound for Jerusalem, the Holy Sepulchre, as the destination and justification of everything they did. By the time the white mantle was formally assigned and the rule was written down, the Templars had found a way to make their poverty legible, to turn it into a sign of virtue rather than a deficiency of means. This capacity for self-presentation, the seal, the habit, the rule, the letter from Bernard, was as important to the order's growth as the military skill its members would later demonstrate on the battlefields of the Levant. There is a paradox at the heart of the order's early history that its own seal was designed to preserve. Two knights on a single horse, poverty so extreme that two men in arms could not afford one mount between them, made permanent in lead and wax, and distributed across the documents of Christendom. Matthew Paris, the chronicler of St. Albans Abbey, understood the image precisely this way when he described it in around 1250. At first, although they were active in arms, they were so poor that they only had one war-horse between two. As a result, and as a record of their early poverty and as an encouragement to be humble, there are inscribed upon their seal 2 men riding one horse. A century after the order had ceased to be poor in any practical sense. This tells us something important about how the Templars understood themselves, or at least how they wished to be understood, that the original condition of want was not a phase to be forgotten, but a foundation to be honored. The seal carried the founding myth forward. The lead seal from a charter of the 27th of April, 1168, associated with Master Bertrand de Blancafort, placed both elements of that myth on a single object. On the obverse, the 2 knights on one horse; on the reverse, the cupola of the dome of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Poverty and purpose, bound together in a disc of metal the size of a hand. Whatever the Brothers of the Temple owned or earned or borrowed in the decades between their founding and that charter, they had not forgotten that their reason for existing was a specific place in a specific city, and that the mode appropriate to reaching it was humility. The seal was a compressed argument. We began as poor men, we are bound for Jerusalem, and these 2 facts are not in contradiction. Whether the early order was quite as poor as its later tradition insisted is a question that sources leave open without fully resolving. Hugh, Count of Champagne, to whom Hugues de Payens appears to have been connected as one of his knights, had set out for the east as early as 104 and returned to Champagne in 1105. He went back to the east again in 1114, and then, in 1125, left his wife for good and joined the Order of the Temple itself. The Count was not a poor man. Pope V, Count of Anjou, joined the Templars briefly while on pilgrimage to Jerusalem in 1120, and after returning to the west, he continued to pay the order an annual sum of £30 of Anjou. These early supporters suggest that the order attracted serious attention and serious money from serious men within a few years of its founding. The poverty of the seal was a spiritual condition, a posture adopted from the tradition of monastic humility, as much as it was a literal description of the order's finances. What transformed the order from a small knightly confraternity with informal church approval and fluctuating support into a properly constituted institution of Christendom was a sequence of events that unfolded across a little more than a decade, the journey of Hugues de Payens through Western Europe between 1127 and 1129, the Council of Troyes in January of that year, and then, a decade later, the papal bull that removed the Templars entirely from the jurisdiction of local authority and placed them under the Pope alone. Each of these steps added something the order had lacked. The journey gave it donors. Hugues de Payens and his companions travelled around Western Europe in 1127 and 1129 before the Council of Troyes, and secular and religious leaders welcomed them and gave them many donations. Charters that donors drew up when making their gifts record, in language that varies from the theological to the practical, what these donors believed they were supporting. A donation charter issued by Bishop Simon of Noyons and the canons of his cathedral between 1130 and 1131 expressed the gift in terms drawn from the theory of the three orders of Christian society, for we know that three orders have been instituted by God in the Church: the order of prayers, of defenders, and of workers. The other orders were in decline, while the order of defenders had almost completely perished. But God the Father and our Lord Jesus Christ, God's Son, had mercy on the Church. Through the infusion of the Holy Spirit in our hearts, in these most recent times he deigned to repair the lost order. So in the Holy City, where once the Church originated, the lost order of the Church began to be repaired. Writing that the Knights of the Temple were ready to lead pilgrims to and from the holy places, so that they can proceed more safely to the aforementioned places which are consecrated by the bodily presence of our Lord Jesus Christ. Both framings were available at once, the grand theological justification and the immediate practical one. The Templars were repairing the broken social order of Christendom, and they were also ensuring that men and women who had saved enough to make the journey to Jerusalem arrived alive. The Council of Troyes, held in January 1129 in the county of Champagne, produced the document that the order needed most. It established the Latin rule of the Order of the Temple and gave the brothers a white habit. The clerk, Jean-Michel, who recorded the rule, noted that it was Bernard and the council who ordered him to undertake the task, and that Bernard's contributions were praised by those present. Hugues de Payens set out before the assembly how the order had begun and how it lived, and the delegates approved what they found sound, and set aside what they did not. The resulting document was, from its first day, a public text. The Latin manuscripts that survived into the modern period had not been copied for the Templars, but for people outside the order. Pope Clement V would later own 2 copies in French translation. Teutonic Order and the Sword Brothers of Livonia would later base their own rules upon it. During the trial of the Templars on Cyprus in 1310 and 1311, one lay witness stated that he had read the rule and was greatly impressed by it. The document was designed to be read, to be admired, to demonstrate that this new institution had the same kind of constitutional seriousness that older religious orders possessed. The 72 original clauses of the rule laid down the conditions of the brothers' daily lives with a precision that covered horses and clothing as readily as prayer and penitence. Knights were to eat meat no more than 3 times per week. No physical contact of any kind was permitted with women, including members of a brother's own family. The Grand Master was assigned 4 horses, a chaplain brother with 3 horses, a sergeant brother with 2 horses, and a gentleman valet to carry his shield and lance with 1 horse. These allocations mattered because the order was constituted as a fighting institution, and fighting required horses, and horses required money to acquire and maintain. The rule was simultaneously a spiritual document and a logistical one. As the order grew and encountered problems its founders had not anticipated, the original 72 clauses expanded to several hundred in the rule's final form. The 3 main ranks established by the rule reflected a social hierarchy that would have been immediately legible to any observer of 12th century Europe. Noble knights wore the white mantles that would become the order's most recognizable visual marker, and were equipped as heavy cavalry, with 3 or 4 horses and 1 or 2 squires hired for the purpose from outside the order. Non-noble sergeants wore black or brown habits and served as light cavalry in the Crusader states, while also bringing essential practical skills to the order's operations in Europe: blacksmithing, building, the administration of commanderies. Chaplains, added as a formal class in 1139, were ordained priests, responsible for the spiritual needs of the brothers. All three classes wore the order's red cross. The white mantle itself was assigned to Troyes in 1129, and it carried meanings that contemporaries would have understood at once. White symbolized purity and chastity. It was the color of the Cistercian habit, and the parallels between Bernard's monks and the new military order were deliberate and visible. The rule even stated that brothers were forbidden to eat or drink unless wearing their white mantles. The red cross came somewhat later. Sources indicate that it was most probably added to the Templar habit in 1147 at the launch of the Second Crusade, when Pope Eugenius III was present at a meeting of the French Templars near Paris. The red cross was understood as a symbol of martyrdom, and the willingness to die in combat was not regarded by the order as a catastrophe, but as a fulfillment. Together, the white mantle and the red cross produced the visual identity that the rest of the world would come to associate with the Templars across 2 centuries of crusading. The question of Bernard of Clairvaux' role in the order's early life is one that the sources approach from different directions, and both approaches deserve to be noted. He was, through André de Montbard, one of the founding knights, the order's uncle in a quite literal familial sense. He was also a close friend of Hugh, Count of Champagne, who had joined the order in 1125. Helen Nicholson, in her study of the Templars, emphasizes that Bernard's involvement came after the order had already been founded, and that his patronage may reflect these personal connections as much as any founding vision. Docres, by contrast, describes Bernard as the order's patron, and states that he was primarily responsible for the founding of the Cistercian order of monks, the Templars' own institutional tradition, as recorded by Philip du Plessis, master of the order from 1201 to 1209. Stated in a letter to the abbot of Citeaux that our house took its institution from yours and your predecessors. Quot. Both positions are present in the sources, and neither can be set aside. What can be said without difficulty is that the parallels between the two institutions are striking. The shared austerity, the white habits, the supranational organization, the reliance on lay brothers, the suspicion of elaborate learning. Whether Bernard shaped the Templars directly, or whether both institutions drew on the same reforming spirit of the early 12th century, the resemblance shaped how contemporaries understood the new order and how its members understood themselves. What Bernard wrote about the Templars became one of the most widely circulated defences of the order's existence. His letter, addressed to my dearest Hugh, Knight of Christ and Master of the Knighthood of Christ, quote, was written before 1136 and composed in Latin, likely intended to be read aloud in translation to brothers who could not read the original language themselves. It circulated beyond the order, copied into manuscripts held by other religious houses alongside copies of the Latin rule. During the later trial, one brother mentioned having owned a copy. The letter's central argument turned on the opposition between secular and sacred knighthood. The secular knight fought for pride, greed, and anger. The knight of the temple fought for Christ and Christendom alone. Bernard arrived at a formulation that captured the genuine novelty of the institution. I am almost in doubt whether they ought to be called monks or knights, except that perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to call them both. In Bernard's account, the mildness of monks and the fortitude of knights, each quality reinforcing rather than contradicting the other. The formal structure and the theological endorsement together produced a rapid expansion. New chapters appeared across France, England, Scotland, Spain, and Portugal. Donations of land and money arrived from across Europe. The King of Aragon left large tracts of land to the order upon his death in the 1130s. New recruits came in sufficient numbers that the order had to establish commanderies to house and administer them. Away from the frontiers, these European houses concentrated on a single purpose, raising money and resources for the military effort in the East. Helen Nicholson observes that contemporaries saw the Templars in Europe as more concerned with money than with anything else, and that their houses in the West were always very small compared to the great monastic establishments of the period, because everything was directed towards sustaining the war. The commanderies were not centers of contemplation. They were, in effect, supply depots and recruiting stations for a campaign that never ended. The order's financial situation changed decisively in 1139, when Pope Innocent II issued the bull Omne Datum Optimum, addressed to Robert de Craon, then master of the Order of the Temple. The bull opened with a declaration of what the order had become in the eyes of the papacy. We praise the all-powerful Lord about you, and for you, since your religious order and your venerable institution is proclaimed throughout the whole world. For although you were naturally a son of anger, given to the pleasures of the world, through the inbreathing grace of the gospel, to which you have not turned a deaf ear, you have left the pomp of the world and your own possessions. The Templars were exempted from obedience to local laws. They could pass freely through all borders. They owed no taxes to any authority. They were subject to no power except the Pope alone. This was a remarkable grant of institutional independence. An order that could move across the whole of Christendom without reference to local bishops, kings, or laws, that owed nothing to anyone except the head of the Church, was not merely a religious community. It was a power unto itself, operating simultaneously everywhere, and answerable ultimately to Rome alone. This independence was the foundation on which the order's financial operations would eventually be built. By 1150, the Templars had developed what sources describe as an early form of banking. And then present the document at Templar houses along the route or in the Holy Land itself to withdraw an equivalent sum. The pilgrim travelled without carrying treasure, which made him less attractive to the robbers and highwaymen who made the roads to Jerusalem dangerous. The Templars held the wealth, moved it through their network, and collected a fee for the service. This arrangement improved the safety of pilgrimage and increased the order's financial resources simultaneously. The network of commanderies that had been established to raise money for the crusade was also the infrastructure through which this early form of credit could function. The same houses that administered donated land and recruited brothers were the nodes through which wealth moved across the map of Christendom. The Templars' first fortresses in the east were acquired not in the kingdom of Jerusalem, but in the north of the Crusader states, beyond Antioch, in the Amanus Mountains that divided Antioch from the Christian state of Cilician Armenia. These castles, received in the 1130s, included Bagras, known to the Franks as Gaston, as well as Dabsac, Roche-Roussel, Port Bonnel, and the less clearly located Roche-Guillaume. They guarded mounting passes not so much against Muslim forces as against the Cilician Armenians and the Byzantine Greeks, who represented rival Christian powers with their own ambitions in the region. The Templars held Bagras by 1142, when the Byzantine Emperor John Komnenos invaded and attacked Antioch. All of these northern castles would fall to Saladin in 1188, but their acquisition in the 1130s marks a significant development in the order's character. The Templars were not only protecting pilgrims on the roads to Jerusalem, but defending the territorial borders of the Crusader states themselves, and doing so in regions where the threats came from multiple directions, not all of them Muslim. The order was also beginning to establish its presence across a much wider geography. Helen Nicholson notes that the Templars' commanderies and houses were distributed across France, England, Scotland, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Croatia, Poland, Bohemia, Germany, and Hungary, among other territories. They held fortified houses and castles, not only in frontier zones against Muslim or non-Catholic Christian powers, but also in areas of southern France and Ireland, where central authority was weak and the maintenance of order itself was a service worth providing. Their knights, in white mantles with the red cross on the left side, were a familiar sight in every royal court in Catholic Europe and in the Crusader states. Their sergeants, dressed in black, were more numerous than the knights and more visible in the daily life of the communities where the order operated. They were landowners, farmers, administrators, and, increasingly, financiers in a world that had not yet developed the institutional vocabulary to describe what they were becoming. The paradox of the seal deepened as the order grew. Two poor knights on a single horse, the image remained, was reproduced, was understood as a record of the founding virtue. But by the middle of the 12th century, the order that carried that image controlled properties across a continent, administered a banking operation that reached from the English coast to the Syrian shore, held castles on mountain passes that emperors coveted, and answered to no authority except the head of the universal church. The poverty was real in 1119. By 1150 it was a memory preserved in lead. What the order had done, in the 3 decades between the Council of Troyes and the development of its letter of credit system, was transform the two riders on a single horse into an institution that could move wealth and men across the whole of Christendom without asking anyone's permission. The seal remembered the beginning. The bull omni datum, optimum guaranteed the rule began as 72 clauses. Over 2 centuries it would expand to several hundred as the circumstances of the order grew more complex and the wisdom of hard experience required ever more precise codification. But at its heart, even in its final form, the rule describes something ancient and exacting, the daily shape of a life given over entirely to God and to war. To understand what that life felt like from the inside, it is useful to begin with the morning hours. A Templar brother rose before the sun, as monks have always done, and the structure of his day followed the canonical hours familiar to any religious house of the 12th and 13th centuries. Prayer came first, then the obligations of the stable and the forge, the granary and the counting house. The brothers who served in the commanderies of Europe might never see a battlefield, yet they were bound by the same rule as those who rode out before dawn in the hills of the Levant. The rule did not distinguish greatly between these two kinds of life. All were brothers. All were bound. The order was divided into 3 principal ranks, and the differences between them were visible at a glance. Noble knights wore white mantles, the white assigned to them at the Council of Troyes in January 1129, the red cross added most probably at the launch of the Second Crusade in 1147. The white symbolized purity and chastity, and to die wearing it in battle was considered among the highest honors a man could attain. Non-noble sergeants wore black or brown, a black tunic with a red cross, and were the more numerous class by far. Chaplains, who constituted a 3rd class from 1139 onward, cared for the spiritual needs of the order and wore the red cross as the knights and sergeants did. In the Crusader states, the sergeants fought alongside the knights as light cavalry, each man with a single horse. The knights were equipped as heavy cavalry, with 3 or 4 horses and 1 or 2 squires in attendance. Squires were generally not members of the order itself, but outsiders hired for a set period of time. The rule made the material arrangements of this hierarchy quite precise. The Grand Master was assigned 4 horses, along with a chaplain brother, who was himself provided 3 horses, a sergeant brother with 2 horses, and a gentleman valet to carry his shield and lance with 1 horse. These were not merely administrative details. They were a portrait of hierarchy, of careful stewardship, and of an institution that had learned, through decades of campaigning in a land where horses died faster than they could be replaced, that a broken mount could mean a dead brother. The order supported potentially up to 4,000 horses and pack animals at any given time, and the costs of maintaining them in the heat of Outremer were considerable. The brothers ate together, in silence. They were permitted to eat meat no more than 3 times each week, a restriction that echoed the fasting customs of the Cistercians and other reformed religious houses of the period. The parallels between the Templar way of life and the Cistercian model were not accidental. Bernard of Clairvaux, the Cistercian abbot who played a significant role in drawing up the Latin rule at Troyes, had shaped his own order along principles of austerity, communal discipline, and the rejection of ornament. The Templars wore plain, austere habits. Their buildings were similarly plain. They admitted no children and no women, and the great majority of their brothers earned their salvation through physical labor, in this case the labor of arms rather than the labor of the field. The prohibition regarding women was absolute. No physical contact of any kind was permitted with any woman, including members of a brother's own family. A man who joined the order renounced, at least in principle, the warmth of ordinary human connection. He could not receive private letters. He could hold no private property. He had taken vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, and the rule held him to those vows with a rigor that admitted almost no exceptions. In later times, a married man was occasionally permitted to join if his wife gave her consent, but he was not allowed to wear the white mantle, that visible mark of full membership in the brotherhood. The paradox at the heart of this life was not lost on those who observed it from outside. Bernard of Clairvaux himself, writing before 1136 in his letter to the brothers of the order that he called de laude novae militiae, that is, in praise of the new knighthood, expressed the tension directly. The secular knight fought for pride, for glory, for the hope of reward. He adorned himself, burnished his armor, decorated his horse. The new knighthood did none of these things. Bernard addressed his letter to the first master, Hugues de Payens, using language of notable warmth, describing him as his dearest Hugh, Knight of Christ, and Master of the Knighthood of Christ. My dearest Hugh, Knight of Christ, and Master of the Knighthood of Christ. Quote, in this letter, Bernard argued that the member of the new knighthood preserved himself, that is, his soul, when he was killed, and preserved Christ, that is, Christendom, when he killed. The death he inflicted was Christ's gain. The death he received was his own gain. It was a formulation designed to resolve the ancient unease about whether a Christian could rightfully take a life, and Bernard's authority was such that it carried great weight across the Catholic world. Archbishop William of Tyre, composing his history of the Crusader states across the decades between 1165 and 1184, described the founding Templars with notable respect. He called them devoted to God, religious, and God-fearing, coup, and stressed their initial poverty, noting that after 9 years there were still only 9 brothers. It should be observed that William is considered unreliable for the period before 1165, since he spent the years between approximately 1146 and 1165 at university in Europe. His picture of the early order was coloured by purposes of his own. Nevertheless, his account of those first brothers, sheltered in a wing of the royal palace on the Temple Mount, dependent on the goodwill of the king and the canons of the Lord's temple for their daily bread, captures something of the genuine austerity of those early years. There is another voice from the same early period, less well known and more difficult to attribute. A letter survives addressed to the Knights of Christ in the Temple at Jerusalem, signed by a man calling himself Hugh Peccator, meaning Hugh the Sinner. The identity of this man is uncertain. He was originally identified as the theologian Hugh of St. Victor, but a growing number of scholars now consider it more likely that the author was Hugues de Payens himself. The letter is written in simple Latin, too simple for a great theologian, and while it has been suggested that a knight from the lesser nobility would not normally read Latin, it is possible that Hugues received some training in the language. The picture the letter paints is unexpectedly raw. Outsiders, the writer explains, have been telling the brothers that their vocation is humble in spiritual terms, that fighting is not permitted for Christians, that if the Templars truly wish to serve God, they ought to leave their little order and join a more contemplative house. The brothers, the letter suggests, were depressed. They felt forgotten by Christendom. They were not receiving many gifts of money or land. They endured great physical labor and danger, and received no thanks for it. Their order was as good a place to serve God as any other. The contrast between that early vulnerability and the order that the rule eventually described is striking. By the time the original 72 clauses had expanded to several hundred, the order had moved far beyond the improvised arrangements of those first 9 brothers in Jerusalem. The Templar knight was forbidden to retreat unless outnumbered by 3 to 1, and even then only by order of his commander, or if the Templar flag went down. If the flag fell, a brother was required to ride toward any Christian banner, still flying, rather than leave the field. Only after all flags had fallen were the brothers permitted to withdraw. The principle was uncompromising. It was also, in the conditions of medieval warfare, a source of extraordinary force. Muslim commanders of the period took careful note of it. The willingness of the Templars to die where they stood made them, in the assessment of their enemies, among the most formidable opponents in Christendom. This combination of monk and soldier, of the cloister and the battlefield, produced men who held both identities at once, and who were trained to understand that the two were not in conflict, but mutually dependent. A Templar brother who fought without prayer was merely a hired sword. A Templar brother who prayed without fighting was failing his vocation. Bernard's famous formulation expressed the logic with precision. The new knight was, I am almost in doubt whether they ought to be called monks or knights, except that perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to call them both. The image of 2 knights on a single horse, preserved in the seal that Matthew Paris described around 1250, stood as a reminder of the order's early poverty throughout its history. A lead seal from a charter of the 27th of April, 1168, belonging to Bertrand de Blancafort, master of the temple, shows 2 knights on one horse on the obverse, and the cupola of the dome of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on the reverse. The image persisted across generations because the order chose to keep it. Poverty was a vow. Poverty was also, in the theology of the period, a form of honor. The brothers themselves took that vow seriously, and the rule enforced it. The brother could hold no property of his own, receive no private correspondence, enter into no debt beyond his means. The physical texture of the life was shaped as much by the European commandery as by the castle in the Levant, and historians have sometimes allowed the dramatic imagery of Templar fortresses in the East to overshadow the quieter reality of the order's houses in England, France, Germany, Portugal, Aragon, Croatia, Poland, and Bohemia. These European houses were, with a few important exceptions, small and unpretentious. They were more like manor houses than monasteries. The brothers who lived in them concentrated on raising money, managing land, farming vineyards and sheep pastures, and ensuring that the flow of resources to the east was maintained. Contemporaries saw the European Templars primarily as financial administrators. Their more visible role, in any royal court of Catholic Europe, was that of trusted custodians of wealth, men who held the treasure of crowns and provided financial services to nobles, merchants, and squires. Helen Nicholson, one of the order's most careful modern scholars, suggests that the best way to understand how ordinary people in cities like London and Paris in the early 14th century would have regarded the Templars is to think of them as bank managers and bank clerks. The image is deliberately deflating, and usefully so. It corrects the romantic tendency to see the order always in armor, always on horseback, always riding toward the walls of Jerusalem. For most of its 2 centuries of existence, the order was staffed largely by men who herded sheep, kept accounts, repaired buildings, and carried out the patient work of institutional maintenance that any large organization requires. And yet the rule bound all of them, the accountant in ESSX and the knight in the Amanus Mountains alike, to the same discipline. No private property, no women, meat no more than 3 times a week. The canonical hours, observed as best the circumstances allowed, the red cross on the mantle, visible to all who passed, marking the wearer as a man who had given himself over to something larger than himself. The life it described was austere, communal, and wholly given over to a single purpose. Whether that purpose could survive the loss of the Holy Land was a question the order had not yet been forced to confront when its brothers were still filling the granary at Temple Cressing, still tending the vines at the commanderies of southern France, still rising before dawn to pray in small chapels from Portugal to Hungary. The meaning of the white mantle and the red cross, the 2 knights on 1 horse, the rule that governed every hour of the day, all of it rested on the assumption that there was a Jerusalem to defend and a road to it that needed guarding. The story of the order's long military life does not begin with triumph. It begins with a kind of wary establishment, a slow finding of footing in a land that was already ancient and already fought over before the first Templar knight set his hand to a sword in Jerusalem. In the decades following the formal recognition of the order at the Council of Troyes in January 1129, the brothers built their presence in the Crusader states patiently, accepting donations of land and fortresses, learning the terrain, and taking their place alongside the other defenders of a Christian East that was never as secure as the pilgrims who travelled toward it might have hoped. The Crusader states occupied a precarious strip of the Levantine coast and its interior hinterland, dependent on the sea lanes from Europe for reinforcement and supply, perpetually threatened by Muslim powers to the north, east, and south, whose internal divisions had made the First Crusade possible, but whose eventual reunification would, in time, undo much of what the Crusaders had built. The Templars' first fortresses in the east came to them in the 1130s, not in the Kingdom of Jerusalem itself, but in the north of the Crusader states, beyond the Principality of Antioch in the Amanus Mountains. That chain of high ground dividing Antioch from the Christian state of Cilician Armenia. The castles they received there, among them Bagras, which the Franks called Gaston, along with Dabsac, Roche-Roussel, Port Bonnel, and a fortress known as Roche-Guillaume, whose precise location remains uncertain, were not initially directed against Muslim forces at all. They guarded the mountain passes against the Cilician Armenians and the Byzantine Greeks as much as against any Islamic power. The order, in its military function, served the strategic needs of the Crusader states in whatever direction those needs pointed. And in the north of the Latin East, in those early decades, the threat came as often from nominally Christian neighbours as from the armies of Islam. This is worth holding in the mind as the longer story unfolds. The Templars were not crusaders in the narrow sense, men who had taken a temporary vow and expected to return home once it was fulfilled. They were permanent residents of a frontier, and the frontier ran in many directions at once. Brothers who garrisoned Bagras in the years before 1142, when the Byzantine Emperor John Komnenos invaded the area and attacked Antioch, were living not in the romantic world of holy war that Bernard of Clairvaux described from his abbey in Burgundy, but in the practical world of shifting alliances, contested passes, and daily maintenance of walls that would otherwise crumble. The Second Crusade, which set out from Europe in 1147, brought the order to broader attention in the West. The Templars served in the crusading forces of King Louis VII of France, and it was at the launch of this campaign that Pope Eugenius III permitted the brothers to wear the Red Cross on their white mantles, a symbol of martyrdom and of their status as Christ's knights. The Second Crusade ended in failure at Damascus, accomplishing nothing of lasting military value, but the Templars' conduct in it had been noticed, and the decades that followed saw the order's reputation as a fighting force consolidate across both the Latin East and the Catholic West. The siege of Ascalon in 1153 produced one of the most discussed episodes in the order's early military history, and one of the most difficult to assess. Grand Master Bernard de Tremolay led a group of 40 Templar knights through a breach that had been opened in the city's walls. The rest of the crusading army did not follow. The reasons for this have been disputed across the centuries. One reading, advanced by William of Tyre, writing some decades after the event, and acknowledged by Helen Nicholson as unreliable for this period, precisely because he was studying in Europe at the time, suggested that the Templars deliberately prevented the main army from entering the breach in order to secure the plunder for themselves. Nicholson observes that William was writing at least 20 years after the siege, and that his account of what happened at Ascalon must have been taken from second-hand information given to him by people who wanted to exonerate their own ancestors for failing to support the Templars when they broke into the city. Contemporary European sources, she notes, present a completely different picture. What is not in dispute is the outcome. The 40 brothers were surrounded inside the city and beheaded. Their Grand Master died with them. The episode illustrates with painful precision the vulnerability that the Templar rule's prohibition on retreat could create. 40 men, bound by their vows to hold their position unless outnumbered by 3 to 1 and ordered to withdraw, found themselves isolated inside a hostile city with no support coming from behind. The courage required was not in question. The result was catastrophic. The loss was mourned and noted, but the order's military standing continued to grow. By the 1170s, the Templars occupied a central place in the defense of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and the battle that perhaps best captures the order's fighting capacity at its height came in 1177 at Montgizard near Ramla. The circumstances were as dangerous as any the order would face. Saladin, the Kurdish-born sultan who had been steadily consolidating his power across Egypt and Syria, was pushing toward Jerusalem from the south with a force that sources estimate at around 26,000 soldiers. King Baldwin, the fourth of Jerusalem, who suffered from leprosy and whose reign was marked by a constant tension between his own failing health and his considerable political intelligence, found his forces of approximately 500 knights and their supporters pinned near the coast at Ascalon. 80 Templar knights with their own entourage attempted to reinforce the king's position. They encountered Saladin's advanced forces near Gaza, but were judged too small to be worth engaging, and Saladin turned away from them and continued toward Jerusalem. The decision was a mistake. Once Saladin moved on, the Templars were able to join the king's forces, and together they moved north along the coast. Saladin had allowed his army to spread out and pillage the villages along their route, reducing their readiness for combat. The Templars launched a surprise attack directly against Saladin and his bodyguard at Montgizard. The army, dispersed and unprepared, could not concentrate in time to resist effectively. Saladin and his forces were driven back to the south. The sources report that only about 1/10 of his original force remained intact at the end of the engagement. The victory was celebrated as a miracle. It brought Jerusalem a year of relative peace, and it became one of the foundational legends of the order's military reputation. A small force, under the right conditions, had defeated an army vastly larger than itself. Bernard of Clairvaux had written years before that such things were possible for men who fought with faith as their armor. The Battle of Montgizard seemed to confirm the prophecy. The order's tactic in such engagements has been described as the squadron charge, a compact unit of heavily armed knights and warhorses gathering momentum and riding directly at the enemy's front lines with a force of collective will that communicated clearly to any commander facing it that these men would not turn back. The psychological effect was considerable. The Templars' reputation for refusing to retreat, enforced by the rule and demonstrated in battle after battle, preceded them. Muslim commanders learned to take it seriously. In the right terrain and the right conditions, the charge could shatter an opposing line and alter the course of a battle in minutes. In the wrong conditions, it could lead an entire detachment to destruction. The wrong conditions arrived at the Battle of Hattin on the 4th of July, 1187. The Grand Master of the Order at that time was Gérard de Ridefort, a man whom later accounts consistently describe as a poor military strategist who made errors of judgment that contributed significantly to the disaster. The background to Hattin was a complex political and military crisis in the Kingdom of Jerusalem, marked by the same factional divisions among the Latin nobility that had weakened the Crusader states throughout their history. Saladin had been probing for an opportunity, and the decision by King Guy of Lusignan, under pressure from Ridefort and others, to march the army out of its defensible position at Sepphoris toward Tiberias across open and waterless hill country, in the July heat gave Saladin precisely the conditions he needed. The army that marched out was the full fighting strength of the kingdom. The Templars and their horses, like every other unit in the force, were in the open, without adequate water, in the killing heat of the Galilean summer. Saladin's forces set fire to the vegetation around them, thickening the air with smoke. By the time the Crusader army made camp at the place called the Horns of Hattin, the twin volcanic hills above the Sea of Galilee, the men and horses were already broken by thirst. The battle that followed the next morning was, in Helen Nicholson's formulation, a turning point. Saladin's army destroyed the army of the Kingdom of Jerusalem and captured King Guy and the leading nobles. All the Templars and Hospitallers taken prisoner were executed. Muslim holy men and theologians, the sources report, lined up for the honor. Saladin's secretary described the military orders as rebels and demons, and every victory over them as grounds for rejoicing. Within months of Hattin, Saladin had captured Jerusalem itself. Gérard de Ridefort survived the battle, one of the few who did. He attempted to fight again, and at the siege of Acre in 1189 he was beheaded. His tenure as Grand Master is remembered as a cautionary study in the dangers of combining a religious order's institutional prestige with individual strategic incompetence. The rule required obedience to the commander, but it could not guarantee that the commander was wise. The loss of Jerusalem in 1187 was, for the order, a wound that reached to the root of its existence. The brothers had been created to protect Christian pilgrims making their way to the Holy City. Now the city itself was in Muslim hands. Saladin, described in the sources as Kurdish-born, showed mercy to the Christian inhabitants, allowing them to leave in safety for a ransom, which stood in marked contrast to the conduct of the First Crusade at the same city in 1099. The contrast was noted and troubled many in the Latin West who had believed the crusading enterprise to be not merely militarily necessary, but morally superior to what it opposed. The Third Crusade, which ran from 1189 to 1192, was the largest and most formidable Western response to the catastrophe of Hattin and the loss of Jerusalem. Richard I of England, known as the Lionheart, who led the English contingent and became the dominant military figure of the campaign, relied heavily on the Templars throughout. The Templars' great castles, in Nicholson's formulation, stood like islands of Frankish power amid the Muslim advance, and it was partly this surviving infrastructure of fortified positions that made the Third Crusade's achievements possible at all. Richard and his allies recovered substantial coastal territory, including the crucial port of Acre, which fell after a prolonged siege. The Templars established their new headquarters there. But Jerusalem was not recaptured. The crusade ended with a treaty that left the city in Muslim hands and the Kingdom of Jerusalem reduced to a coastal strip with its capital at Acre. The decades that followed were marked by a pattern that would become familiar: partial recovery, factional dispute, temporary truces, renewed Muslim pressure, and occasional dramatic reversal in both directions. Jerusalem changed hands again in 1229, when the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II negotiated its return to Christian control through a treaty with the Ayyubid Sultan Al-Kamil, conducting the Sixth Crusade without Templar participation. The brothers had refused to support him, a decision rooted in the complex politics of the Crusader states and Frederick's fraught relationship with the papacy, and they had reason to resent the outcome, which demonstrated that Jerusalem could be recovered without them. The city was held for rather more than a decade before being lost again to Muslim forces in 1244. The Battle of La Forbie in that same year, 1244, brought the order to one of its most grievous single engagement losses. Of 300 Templar knights who entered the battle, only 33 survived. The financial cost of that single day, in horses, equipment, trained men, and the resources required to replace them, has been estimated as equivalent to 1/9 of the entire annual revenue of the Capetian Crown of France. The human cost, the lives of 267 brothers who had professed poverty, chastity, and obedience, and ridden out knowing the rule forbade them to retreat, cannot be measured in the same terms. But the two figures together, the proportion of men lost and the proportion of wealth consumed in a single afternoon, suggest something of the order's situation in the middle of the 13th century. Enormous commitment, devastating attrition, and a strategic position that was becoming more difficult to sustain with every year that passed. The order fought on. It fought in Spain and Portugal, where the same principles of holy war that animated the campaigns in the Levant also shaped the long process of the Reconquista, the gradual recovery of Iberian territory from Muslim rule. It fought in Eastern Europe, where the frontier with non-Catholic Christians and pagan peoples presented a different kind of military challenge. The commanderies of Europe, those small and unpretentious houses in England and France and Germany and Croatia and Poland and Bohemia, existed to supply this fighting, to raise the money and the men and the horses that the front lines consumed. The sheep grazed at Garway in Herefordshire, and the wheat was stored in the barns at Temple Cressing and ESS Aix, and the accounting was done in houses from London to Barcelona, all in service of a military enterprise that was being conducted several weeks' hard travel to the east. In the Holy Land itself, the castles were the physical expression of the order's commitment. The fortresses the Templars held in the Crusader states were not merely military installations. They were the centers of administrative districts, the guardians of agricultural land and trade routes, the places where the brothers who fought also prayed and ate and observed the canonical hours as best they could in conditions that bore little resemblance to the calm enclosure of a European commandery. Castle Pilgrim, which the brothers had constructed from 1218 onward on a headland south of Haifa, was one of the most formidable fortifications in the Latin East, a massive coastal fortress that used the sea itself as part of its defenses. Safed in Galilee, rebuilt in the 1240s with Templar resources, commanded a strategic position in the hills above the Sea of Galilee. Tortosa on the Syrian coast served for decades as a Templar stronghold after the fall of the surrounding territory. The rule that governed the brothers' conduct on the battlefield was as precise as the rule that governed their diet and their dress. A Templar knight was forbidden to retreat unless outnumbered by 3 to 1, and even then only if his commander ordered it or if the Templar banner fell. If the banner went down, the brother was required to seek out any other Christian standard still flying and rally to it rather than leave the field. Only when all banners had fallen were the brothers released from the obligation to hold their position. This rule was not merely a counsel of courage. It was a binding institutional commitment, enforceable within the order's own disciplinary system, which included penalties for brothers found to have left the field when they should not have. The purpose was to make the Templars' behavior in battle predictable, reliable, and therefore strategically useful to the larger armies alongside which they fought. The Third Crusade had demonstrated what that reliability could achieve. Richard I, in the words of one account, relied heavily on the Templars as he delivered a series of powerful blows against Saladin and recovered much of the Christian territory that had been lost since Hattin. The military order's castles had held, providing the logistical framework without which a campaign of such length and complexity could not have been sustained. But the Crusade also revealed the limits of what the orders could accomplish. Jerusalem remained out of reach. The resources of the Latin West, poured into the campaign in greater quantity than any previous expedition had managed, were not sufficient to retake the most sacred city in Christendom. The Templars had fought well. It had not been enough. The order lived with this insufficiency for another century, adapting to a strategic situation that offered few good options and many dangerous ones. The succession of crusades that followed the Third, each with its particular coalition of European rulers and its particular set of political complications, produced a string of partial achievements and significant failures. The Fifth Crusade, which attacked Egypt in 1217 and achieved early successes before the army was cut off by Muslim forces who opened the sluice gates of the Nile, ended in retreat. The Sixth Crusade, Frederick II's unilateral treaty, recovered Jerusalem without the Templars and held it for a few years before losing it again. The Crusades of Louis IX of France, in the middle of the 13th century, brought the devotion and resources of the most powerful ruler in Europe to bear on Egypt and then the Holy Land, and still accomplished nothing lasting. The Templars accompanied all of this, fighting at Leforbi, fighting in the Nile Delta, fighting in the hills of Galilee, fighting in the defense of Acre and the coastal fortresses, as the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt under its extraordinary commander Baybars began the systematic reduction of what remained of the Crusader states from the 1260s onward. Baybars had recognized, with the clarity of a great military mind, that the military orders were the spine of the Crusader defense, and he directed his campaigns accordingly. The loss of Safed to the Mamluks in 1266, the fall of Jaffa and Antioch in 1268, the slow erosion of the territory that the brothers had spent a century and a half defending, these were not merely military reversals, they were the dismantling of the world that had given the order its reason to exist. The brothers fought on in conditions that demanded a particular kind of courage, the courage not of the charge at Montgisard, brilliant and sudden, but of the garrison that knows the relief column may not come, the courage of men who rise before dawn to pray in a fortress that the enemy is systematically besieging, who observe the rule in its detail, because the rule is the structure that holds the life together when everything outside the walls is disintegrating. That courage is harder to celebrate than the dash of cavalry across a sun-bright plain. It leaves fewer memorable images, but it was, for the brothers who lived it, the truer expression of what the order had always asked of its members, not the spectacular gesture, but the daily, disciplined holding of a position that could not easily be held. The Templars' experience across these long campaigns had produced something beyond military capability. It had produced an institutional memory, encoded in the rule, tested in battle, refined by loss. The 72 clauses that Bernard of Clairvaux had helped to shape at Troyes in 1129 had been written for an order that barely existed, that had perhaps 9 brothers and a borrowed wing of a palace on the Temple Mount for a headquarters. By the middle of the 13th century, the rule governed the lives of between 15 and 20,000 members, of whom perhaps a tenth were fighting knights, distributed across commanderies from Portugal to Hungary and from the coast of Syria to the hills of Cilicia. The gap between what the early rule had imagined and what the order had become was immense, but the core of it, the prohibition on retreat, the silence at meals, the horses counted and allocated by rank, the white mantle and the red cross, the 2 knights on a single horse, all of it persisted. It persisted because the men who wore that mantle chose to believe that what they were doing mattered, that the road from Jaffa to Jerusalem needed guarding, that the pilgrims who made the crossing deserved protection, that the walls of the Latin East were worth defending with everything a man had, including his life. The rule was the architecture of that belief, made practical, made institutional, made durable across time. The long war had tested that architecture in every way it could be tested. What remained to be seen, in the years that were coming, was whether the architecture could survive the disappearance of the city it had been built to defend. The road from Acre toward the Sea of Galilee passes through the contested heartland of the Crusader kingdom, a region where Templar knights rode patrol and pilgrims moved in fear, a land whose hills and valleys have witnessed the passage of armies across 3 faiths and 1,000 years of holy war. It was across this ground, in the early days of July 1187, that the army of the Kingdom of Jerusalem began a march that would end with the destruction of everything the Crusader enterprise had built in nearly 90 years of occupation. The circumstances that produced the Battle of Hattin had been gathering for some years. The kingdom was weakened by succession difficulties, by internal faction, and by the growing unity of its opponents under Saladin, the Kurdish-born sultan, who had spent 2 decades consolidating his control over Egypt, Syria, and much of the Muslim world that surrounded the Crusader states, Saladin had already demonstrated his capabilities to any who cared to attend carefully. In 1177, at the Battle of Montgisard, approximately 500 Templar knights and several thousand infantry had defeated his army of around 26,000 soldiers, exploiting a moment of tactical carelessness when his forces had dispersed to raid villages on their march toward Jerusalem. That victory had bought time and had become the kind of legend that military orders cultivate to sustain their sense of vocation. But it had not settled anything. Saladin had learned from it and had continued his patient work of encirclement. By the summer of 1187, the preconditions for catastrophe were in place. The Grand Master of the Knights Templar was Gerard de Ridefort, a man whom sources describe as a poor military strategist who had already made errors of judgment in the field. King Guy of Lusignan, who had come to the throne through his marriage to the heiress Sibylla, was a figure around whom the nobility of the kingdom divided sharply. Some would follow him, others would not. The internal politics of the Crusader states had produced a climate in which coordinated response to external threat was consistently difficult to achieve. Saladin's immediate provocation was a raid by Reginald of Châtillon against a Muslim caravan, an act that broke an existing truce and gave Saladin both the justification and the political motivation he needed to move. He declared jihad and brought his forces north from Egypt to threaten the lake city of Tiberias. His intention, as it appears from the subsequent course of events, was precisely to draw the Crusader army out of its secure positions and into the open ground, where his own tactics would have every advantage. There was discussion among the Crusader leadership about how to respond. The Count of Tripoli, Raymond III, who held Tiberias as a dependency, and whose own wife was in the city when Saladin's forces arrived, reportedly argued against marching out to meet Saladin in open terrain. The logic of his position was military. The Crusader army was strong in defensive positions and vulnerable on the march, dependent on water sources that could be controlled or denied. The land between Acre and Tiberias in high summer offered very little of either cover or water to an army in heavy armor. Gerard de Ridefort argued for the march. The decision ultimately was made by King Guy, and the army moved out. Saladin's forces had anticipated the approach and had positioned themselves to exploit exactly the vulnerability that Raymond had warned against. The Muslim forces set fire to the dry scrub and grasses on the hillsides, and the smoke added to the army's distress, thickening the air around the exhausted column. The Crusaders found themselves on the hillside near 2 rocky volcanic outcroppings known as the Horns of Hattin, not far from the Sea of Galilee. The ground itself seemed to work against them. The armoured infantry could not maintain formation against mobile mounted archers, who did not need to close with the Crusader forces to inflict damage. The Crusader cavalry, the trained core of the army's offensive capability, could not function without infantry support, and the infantry were breaking down under the combination of thirst, heat, smoke, and continuous harassing fire. Saladin's army destroyed the army of the Kingdom of Jerusalem on that day. King Guy of Lusignan was captured, along with the leading nobles of the kingdom. The True Cross, which had been carried into battle as a relic of supreme symbolic importance to the Crusader cause, was taken. The loss of the True Cross was, in the perception of the time, a catastrophe that went beyond the military. It was understood as a sign of divine judgment, a withdrawal of the protection that the relic had been believed to confer on those who bore it. The relic would not be returned. After the battle, Saladin made a decision regarding his prisoners that the sources record without ambiguity. He had all captured Templars and Hospitallers executed. Secular prisoners were ransomed or otherwise treated according to the conventions of medieval warfare, but the members of the military orders were killed. Muslim holy men and theologians were reportedly given the honor of performing the executions. Saladin's own secretary, in an account cited by Helen Nicholson, described the Templars as rebels, demons, and evil men, and characterized the extermination of captured brothers as grounds for rejoicing. Gerard de Ridefort was among those captured. He was not executed at Hattin, and the sources record that he subsequently surrendered the garrison of Gaza to obtain his own release, an act described as a further error that demoralized the order. He returned to the field, attempted to fight again at the siege of Acre, and was beheaded by Saladin in 1189. The fall of Jerusalem followed the defeat at Hattin within months. Saladin's forces moved through the kingdom, taking town after town, and in October 1187 the holy city itself surrendered. The contrast with the Christian capture of the city in 1099 was, by the standards of the time, notable. Where the Crusaders had massacred the Jewish and Muslim inhabitants of Jerusalem on Friday the 15th of July, 1099, Saladin allowed the Christian population to leave in safety against payment of a ransom. Those who could not pay the ransom were enslaved, but the deliberate slaughter that had accompanied the Crusader capture was not repeated. For the inhabitants who were ransomed and released, departure was an ordeal of a different kind, but the formal contrast between the two conquests was understood and commented upon at the time and has been remarked upon by historians since. The cross that had been placed atop the dome of the rock during the decades of Crusader occupation was removed. The Al-Aqsa Mosque, which the Crusaders had called Solomon's Temple, and which had served as the headquarters of the Knights Templar since around 1119, reverted to Muslim use. The Templars' buildings attached to the mosque, which had stood for the better part of 7 decades, were gone from their possession. The order that had defined itself by its location on the Temple Mount, and had taken its name from that location, no longer held the ground that had given it its identity. The meaning of Hattin and its immediate consequences was not lost on any of those who witnessed or heard of them. The crusading enterprise rested on the premise that the holy places of Christianity could be held by Christian rulers. That premise had now been directly and decisively refuted. Jerusalem, the city around which the whole project had been organized, the city that medieval cartographers placed at the center of the world, was gone. The response in the Christian West was the Third Crusade. The news of the fall of Jerusalem generated what was described as a wave of grief and alarm across Catholic Europe. Pope Gregory VIII issued a call for a new campaign. 3 of the major rulers of Western Europe eventually took the cross: the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, who drowned crossing a river in Anatolia before reaching the Holy Land, Philip II of France, and Richard I of England, known to later tradition as the Lionheart, who relied heavily on the Templars throughout the campaign. Richard I's military operations in the Holy Land between 1189 and 1192 recovered a substantial portion of the coastal territory that had been lost in the immediate aftermath of Hattin. The Third Crusade established that the Crusader presence in the Levant was not finished, and the Templars played a significant role in making that establishment possible. Their great castles, described by one Muslim commentator as standing like the lairs of wild beasts on inaccessible crags, remained centers of Frankish power even when the open countryside had been lost. The order's capacity to field heavy cavalry and to garrison fortified positions gave the Third Crusade an operational backbone that it would not otherwise have had. Jerusalem itself, however, was not recovered by the Third Crusade. Richard negotiated a treaty with Saladin that allowed Christian pilgrims access to the holy sites, but left the city in Muslim hands. The Templars' headquarters moved to Acre, the great fortified port city on the coast, which became the effective capital of what remained of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. From Acre, the order continued its military operations, its financial activities, and its recruitment of men and resources from the west. The city of Jerusalem was briefly recovered a generation later, not by military force but by negotiation. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II, leading what is conventionally numbered as the Sixth Crusade, concluded a treaty with the Ayyubid Sultan of Egypt Al-Kamil in 1229, which gave Christians control of Jerusalem for a period. The recovery was achieved without Templar assistance, a fact that reflected the deep tensions between Frederick and the military orders over policy and authority. The city was held for somewhat more than a decade before being lost again. Finally, in 1244, when Ayyubid forces together with Khwarezmi mercenaries recaptured it. At the Battle of Laforbi in that year, only 33 of 300 Templar knights survived, and the estimated financial loss to the order was equivalent to 1/9 of the entire Capetian yearly revenue. Jerusalem did not return to Western Christian control after 1244. The Templars' new headquarters at Acre represented both an adaptation and a contraction. The order had been founded to protect pilgrims in Jerusalem and to defend the holy places. With the holy places in Muslim hands, the order's mission had to be understood differently, as the maintenance of the Crusader presence on the coast, the defense of what remained, the preparation of future campaigns that might, eventually, recover what had been lost. It was a mission that sustained the order institutionally and financially, even as the prospect of completing it receded year by year. What Hattin had broken was not only a kingdom but a concept. The idea that the Christian states in the Levant were permanent features of the regional landscape, backed by God's favor and military capability, had been tested against reality and found insufficient. The reconstituted Crusader presence after 1192 was smaller, more precarious, and more dependent on continued support from the West than its predecessors had been. The internal divisions of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, which had weakened it before Hattin, continued after it. The succession disputes that Helen Nicholson's account traces across the following decades meant that the political will to defend the remaining territories was frequently undermined by the competing ambitions of noble families and rival claimants. The Templars themselves drew a kind of institutional clarity from the catastrophe, or at least continued to project one. Their rule required them to hold the field unless outnumbered by 3-1, and even then only by order of their commander or when the Templar flag had fallen, and only after all flags had fallen were they permitted to leave the battlefield. The rule had been tested at Hattin and found insufficient to prevent defeat, but it had not been abandoned. The order's reputation rested on the consistency with which its members accepted death rather than retreat, and that reputation continued to matter both to those who recruited for the order and to those who faced it in the field. The generation that followed Hattin consolidated what the Third Crusade had preserved. The coastal cities of Acre, Tyre, and Tripoli remained in Christian hands. The great Templar fortresses continued to function as military installations and as centers of the order's administrative and economic activities. The order built, garrisoned, and operated fortifications from the mountains of Antioch in the north, where castles including Bagras had guarded the mountain passes since the 1130s, to the southern reaches of the kingdom. These fortifications served as the physical expression of the order's continued commitment to a military mission that the loss of Jerusalem had made more urgent and less achievable at the same time. The reckoning that Hattin represented was, in one reading, about the limits of what military organization and religious commitment could accomplish against a sufficiently unified and capable opponent operating on home terrain. Saladin had not won at Hattin because of overwhelming numbers or because the Crusaders had lacked courage. He had won because he had controlled the water, the ground, and the timing of the engagement, and because the divisions within the Crusader leadership had prevented the coherent response that the situation demanded. Those divisions were not accidental. They were the product of the political structure of the Crusader states, which concentrated enormous military resources in the hands of organizations like the Templars and the Hospitallers that had their own institutional priorities and that answered, ultimately, to Rome rather than to the kingdom's secular rulers. The order that emerged from the aftermath of Hattin was still powerful, still wealthy, still capable of putting several hundred knights and an equal number of armed sergeants into the field, along with the mercenaries that money could hire, but it was operating in a context that had fundamentally changed. The holy city that had given the order its name and its mission was gone, and the recovery of that city, which every subsequent campaign promised and none delivered, became the horizon toward which the order continued to orient itself for the remaining century of its existence in the Holy City of Acre had long been the beating heart of what remained of the Latin East. After the fall of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1187, it became the capital of the kingdom in everything but name, the place where merchants unloaded their goods and pilgrims gathered their courage, where the military orders maintained their headquarters, and the lords of Outremer conducted their quarrels and alliances in the narrow streets and crowded harbours of a city that never quite forgot it was living on borrowed time. For almost exactly a century, Acre had endured. The Templars had moved their headquarters there after the fall of Jerusalem, and the city had become the centre of their administrative and financial world as much as their military one. It was from Acre that letters went out to the commanderies of France and England and Aragon, that funds were transferred and accounts settled, that the Grand Masters received embassies and dispatched their own. The order had built well there, and the city bore the marks of that investment. The Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt, which had come to power through a palace coup in 1250 and announced itself to the world at the Battle of Hattin's later reckoning by destroying everything the First Crusade had built, was now the dominant power in the region, disciplined and expansionist in a way that the divided Crusader states could not match. The Mongols, who had seemed for a time to offer the possibility of a powerful ally against the Muslims, remained a constant threat to Mamluk dominance, and the Latin Christians had hoped to exploit that rivalry, but the military support they needed from the West did not arrive in sufficient force or at the right moments. Under the Mamluk Sultan, Rukn al-Din Baybars, and his successors, the surviving Latin strongholds fell one by one. The order that had been created to protect pilgrims and defend the Christian presence in the Holy Land watched the territory it had sworn to guard shrink around it with each passing decade, each siege, each negotiated truce that bought months rather than years. The Grand Master, who presided over the final political complications of the order's presence in the East, was William de Beaujeu, who held the office from 1273 until 1291. He was a man deeply enmeshed in the dynastic politics that had become as much the Templars' concern as the battlefield. When the throne of Jerusalem became disputed, as it so often did in the succession crises that marked the kingdom's history, the order found itself drawn into the contest. William de Beaujeu supported Charles of Anjou's claim to the kingdom of Jerusalem and would not recognize any king of Cyprus as king of Jerusalem while Charles lived. This was not an eccentric position. It reflected the complex web of alliances and obligations in which the order had been caught for generations, the consequence of 2 centuries of deep involvement in the politics of a world that was running out of time. Charles of Anjou died in 1285, and only then was Henry II of Cyprus, who had died the same year and whose succession had been contested, able to gain full recognition as King of Jerusalem and unite behind him the nobles and political powers that remained in the Crusader states. But the unity that Henry brought came too late to matter. By the time of his coronation as King of Jerusalem in 1286, the Mamluk threat was overwhelming, and there was nothing a newly unified but exhausted kingdom could do to stop what was coming. In May 1291, the city of Acre fell to the Mamluk Sultan Al-Ashraf Khalil. The last great city of the Latin East, the harbour from which the Templars had governed their financial empire and through which the order had maintained its connection to the Christian world, was taken. William de Beaujeu did not survive the siege. The remaining Latin Christian territories fell to the Muslims soon afterwards. What followed was a withdrawal that had the quality of a slow unravelling. The Templars lost not only Acre, but their last mainland strongholds, Tortosa in what is now Syria, and Atlit in what is now Israel. Their headquarters moved to Limassol on the island of Cyprus, a place of relative safety, but also of profound dislocation. The order had been built to fight for and administer a territorial presence in the Holy Land. Without that presence, it retained its structure, its wealth, its network of commanderies across Europe and the Near East, and its proud institutional memory. But the purpose that had animated all of these things was gone. The island of Cyprus was not entirely unfamiliar territory for the Templars. The order had at one point owned Cyprus outright, having purchased it and then sold it on in circumstances that reflected both their practical financial acumen and the limits of their ability to govern a reluctant population. Now they returned to it, not as proprietors but as refugees from a lost world, maintaining their administrative functions and their European connections from a headquarters that everyone understood to be provisional. The Grand Master and the senior officials of the order were present on Cyprus, and the island became the centre of whatever remained of the order's military ambitions. Those ambitions did not entirely die with Acre. There were further attempts, in the years immediately following the fall of the city, to maintain some presence in the Muslim world, to find a foothold from which a new campaign might one day be launched. In 1298 or 1299, the military orders, including the Templars and the Hospitallers, briefly campaigned in Armenia alongside other forces in an effort to repel a Mamluk invasion. The fortress of Roche Guillaume in the Belen Pass, described as the last Templar stronghold in Antioch, was lost to the Muslims. In 1300, the Templars, together with the Knights Hospitaller and forces from Cyprus, attempted to retake the coastal city of Tortosa. They were able to take the island of Arwad, which lay just off the coast near Tortosa, but they could not hold it for long. The loss of Arwad, which the sources date to around 1302 or 1303, marked the end of the last Templar foothold in the Holy Land. It was surrendered almost without ceremony in the historical record, a small island that could not sustain a garrison against a determined enemy, a final footnote to 2 centuries of presence in the east. With Arwad gone, the Crusaders had lost their last position in the region. The order had been created to defend. The man who had become Grand Master around 1292 was Jacques de Molay. He inherited an order that was wealthy, organized, and purposeless in a way that its founders could not have anticipated. The Templars still controlled approximately 15,000 houses across Europe and the Near East, and still had between 15,000 and 20,000 members, of whom about a tenth were actual knights. They still maintained their fleet, their financial networks, their connections to the royal courts of Europe, their exemptions from local taxation and authority, and their answer to no one but the Pope. What they did not have was a clear reason to exist in the form they had always taken. Jacques de Molay understood this, or at least understood that the order needed to demonstrate its continued relevance. One of his first tasks as Grand Master was to travel across Europe, raising support for the order and attempting to organize another crusade. He met the newly invested Pope Boniface VIII, who agreed to grant the Templars the same privileges at Cyprus that they had held in the Holy Land. He spoke to kings and nobles about the possibility of a new military campaign in the East. The response was sympathetic in language and limited in substance, the characteristic response of European rulers who had other concerns and other debts. The conversations about another crusade were also conversations about the future of the military orders themselves. There had been suggestions, circulating with increasing frequency in the later 13th century, that the orders of the Temple and the Hospital of St. John should be merged into a single body, combining their resources and their fighting capacity under one leadership. The argument for merger was straightforward. 2 separate organizations competing for donations, land, and recruits, sometimes working at cross purposes in the field, were less efficient than one unified body. The argument against merger was equally straightforward. At least from the perspective of the orders themselves, each had its own institutional identity, its own traditions, its own accumulated loyalties, and the prospect of dissolution into something else was no more appealing to their members than it would be to the members of any institution that had existed for nearly 2 centuries. Jacques de Molay was opposed to the merger, and he said so. He argued that the rivalry between the 2 orders was a spur to performance rather than a weakness, that each brought distinct qualities to the defense of Christendom, and that the practical difficulties of combining 2 very different institutions would outweigh any theoretical benefits. He was not, in this, being merely self-interested. His arguments were not unreasonable, given what was known at the time, but the context in which they were made was changing rapidly, and the question of what the orders were for, now that the Holy Land was lost, was becoming harder to answer with every passing year. The situation on Cyprus itself was not as stable as a distant observer might have assumed. The order had become involved, in 1306, in a coup against Henry II of Cyprus. Henry had returned to power in 1310, and when he did, he had the leading Templars arrested and imprisoned. This was a development of considerable importance. The Templar officials on Cyprus were the leadership of the order. Without its leading officials, the order could not continue to operate in any meaningful sense. And Helen Nicholson has observed that events on Cyprus, independent of anything that was happening in France, could have brought about the end of the order even without the intervention of the French crown. There is something in this observation worth dwelling on. The dissolution of the Knights Templar, when it came from France, and came with the particular brutality and legal theatre that Philip IV of France brought to all his campaigns against those he regarded as enemies or creditors. But the order was already in difficulty, already stripped of its purpose, already entangled in the politics of a kingdom it had tried to control and failed, already without the officials who might have organized its defense. The catastrophe of 1307 fell on an institution that was weakened in ways that had nothing to do with heresy and everything to do with the loss of the world it had been built to inhabit. One thing that was certainly lost in these years, and that deserves to be noted with some care, is the central archive of the order, the records of 2 centuries of Templar life, the charters and correspondence and financial accounts and general chapter proceedings and papal privileges that documented everything the order had done and owned and decided, had been held first in Jerusalem, then in Acre, then on Cyprus after 1291. After the dissolution of the order by Pope Clement V in 1312, the archive passed into the possession of the Hospital of St. John. It is presumed to have remained on Cyprus and to have been destroyed when the Ottoman Turks captured the island. This loss matters in ways that go beyond the merely historical. It means that our knowledge of the order's internal life, its decisions, its disputes, its properties and privileges in the Crusader states and on Cyprus is permanently incomplete. What survives does so because it was preserved elsewhere. Papal registers in the Vatican, cartularies in the archives of individual commanderies, the proceedings of the trial that destroyed the order, which are themselves a problematic source because they were assembled by people who wished to condemn rather than understand. The Templars' own voice, in the fullest sense, was lost on Cyprus. There is something appropriate, if painful, in this. The order had come into being in the aftermath of the First Crusade, in the narrow streets and sacred precincts of a Jerusalem that the Crusaders had seized with great violence and profound conviction. It had grown from a handful of knights, with a single horse between 2 of them, living on the generosity of the Patriarch and the King and the canons of the Holy Sepulchre, into the most powerful military organization in the medieval world, with a fleet of ships and 15,000 houses, and an exemption from every authority except the Pope. It had fought at Hattin and Montgisard, and Lafourby and Acre had won extraordinary victories and suffered extraordinary losses, had lent money to kings and held the treasuries of nations and issued letters of credit to pilgrims making the journey to the city it existed to defend. And then the city was gone, and the order retreated to an island, and the archive went with it, and eventually the archive was destroyed. And what remains is fragments, a charter here, a letter there, the biased testimony of men speaking under duress, the measured assessments of later scholars trying to reconstruct from scattered evidence a world that no longer exists. Jacques de Molay, in those years on Cyprus, was not yet the martyr he would become. He was a Grand Master without a clear military mission, managing an institution whose future was uncertain, travelling to the courts of Europe to argue for a crusade that no one was quite ready to launch, responding to questions about the merger that he had no wish to see happen, dealing with the political fallout of the Cypriot coup and the imprisonment of his senior officials. He was doing, in other words, what the leaders of the order had always done, working within the constraints of a world that rarely offered straightforward choices, trying to preserve an institution whose survival he believed to be essential to Christendom, making decisions that seemed reasonable at the time and that would later be used against him. The last shore was not Arwad, though Arwad was where the last physical foothold ended. The last shore was Cyprus, the place where the order waited for a world that was already deciding it had other uses for Templar wealth and Templar land. The waiting did not last much longer. William de Beaujeu's long entanglement with the dynastic politics of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, Jacques de Molay's tours of European courts and his opposition to the merger, the coup on Cyprus and its aftermath, the fall of Arwad without ceremony. All of these were the final chapters of a story that had begun when Hugues de Payens and 8 companions approached King Baldwin II with the proposal that would become the Order of the Temple. What none of them knew in those last years on Cyprus was how the story would end. It would not end quietly, and it would not end on Cyprus. The ending, when it came, would come from the west, from a king who needed money and a pope who could not refuse him. But before that ending, there was this. And a body of men who had spent their lives in the service of an idea that the world was no longer sure it needed. The shore they had reached was the last one. What lay beyond it was not the Holy Land, which had been their reason for existing, but a trial and a dissolution, and, for their last Grand Master, a fire in Paris on the 18th of March, 1314. The distance between the 9 knights who had set up their order on the Temple Mount around 1119 and the old man who called out from the flames to the Pope and the King of France was 2 centuries of history, most of it made in places that were already becoming ruins. The archive on Cyprus, which might have told that whole story in the order's own voice, was gone before anyone thought to look. The last day of ordinary life for the Knights Templar began before the sun rose over France. It was Friday, the 13th of October, 1307. Across the kingdom, in every commandery from Paris to the southern provinces, agents of King Philip IV moved before dawn to the gates of Templar houses. The operation had been planned in secret, its orders sealed and distributed to royal officers weeks in advance, with instructions not to be opened until the appointed morning. When those orders were finally read aloud in the grey hours before daylight, they set in motion one of the most sweeping and consequential arrests in medieval history. Jacques de Molay, Grand Master of the Order of the Temple, and the last man to hold that office, was among those taken. He had no reason, on the evening of the 12th, to expect what was coming. The day before the arrest, he had attended the funeral of Catherine of Courtenay, the sister-in-law of King Philip, serving as a pallbearer at the king's own invitation. It was a mark of honour, a gesture of closeness between the crown and the order. Within hours, the same king's agents would be at his door. The arrest warrant that was read in Templar houses across France opened with a phrase that framed what followed as a matter of faith rather than finance. The document began, according to the paraphrase preserved in scholarly sources, with words to the effect that God was not pleased, that there were enemies of the faith within the kingdom. The charges that followed were extensive and, in their specificity, clearly prepared long in advance. They accused the Templars of requiring new recruits to deny Christ during their admission ceremonies, to spit upon the cross, to give and receive obscene kisses on the mouth, the navel, and the base of the spine. They accused the order of worshipping an idol, described variously as a bearded head, a figure with multiple faces, or a figure known as Baphomet. They accused the brothers of permitting and encouraging acts of sodomy. They accused the order's priests of failing to consecrate the host properly during the Mass. Financial corruption and fraud were added to this list. These charges had not emerged spontaneously. They had been building for some years, circulating in the orbit of the French royal court, gathering weight through the particular attention of Philip's advisers. To understand how the morning of the 13th of October came to pass, it is necessary to move back in time, to a set of pressures and calculations that had been accumulating for more than a decade. Philip IV of France had reigned since 1285. He was a king of considerable political ambition and persistent financial difficulty. His wars, particularly his long conflict with England, had consumed enormous resources, and the mechanisms by which medieval monarchs raised money were limited and often exhausted. The Templars, by contrast, had become one of the wealthiest institutions in the Western world. At the height of their power, the order controlled approximately 15,000 houses across Europe and the Near East, owned the island of Cyprus at one point in their history, maintained their own fleet of ships and had between 15,000 and 20,000 members. Of those members, only about a tenth were the Knight brothers who wore the white mantle with the red cross. The rest were sergeants, chaplains, and lay administrators who ran the vast economic infrastructure that had grown around the order's original military purpose. That infrastructure had made the Templars the most important financial institution of the medieval world. By 1150, the order had begun issuing what functioned as letters of credit, allowing pilgrims to deposit valuables at a Templar house in their home country, receive a document recording the value of that deposit, and then withdraw equivalent funds at Templar houses in the Holy Land. This system removed the danger of travelling with portable wealth and increased the order's own financial reach enormously. Over the following century and a half, the Templars expanded their banking functions further, lending to monarchs, managing royal treasuries, and becoming embedded in the financial life of every kingdom where they operated. Philip IV of France was among those who had borrowed heavily from the order. He was, in the common scholarly assessment, deeply in debt to the Templars at the time of the arrests. Debt alone, however, does not fully account for what Philip did on the 13th of October 1307. Scholars have examined his motivations with considerable care, and the picture that emerges is more complex than simple greed. Philip had a pattern of proceeding against institutions and individuals whose power or wealth or independence threatened his conception of royal authority. He had pursued Pope Boniface VIII into open confrontation, eventually having him seized at Anagni in 1303, an act so extraordinary that it shocked Europe. He had pursued the Jews of France, the Lombard bankers, and a religious woman named Marguerite Porrette, who was burned at the stake in 1310 for a mystical work that 3 respected religious men had judged non-heretical. He had proceeded against Bishop Guichard of Troyes and against members of his own family circle. Helen Nicholson, whose scholarly account of the order is among the most carefully evidenced, describes Philip as a king who attacked those whose destruction could assist his financial situation or make him appear the most Christian king of Europe. More recent scholarship, as summarized in the secondary sources, has emphasized that the suppression of the Templars was also connected to a broader political claim, one in which the Capetian monarchy sought to appropriate the mystical foundations of papal theocracy, presenting the French king as the ultimate defender of Catholic faith, invested with a function that placed him above the Pope. The Templars, by 1307, were a peculiarly vulnerable target for such a project. They had lost their last foothold in the Holy Land. After the fall of Acre in May 1291 to the Mamluk Sultan, the order had relocated its headquarters first to Limassol on Cyprus, and by around 1302 or 1303 had lost even their last small garrison on the island of Awad, just off the Syrian coast. Their military purpose, the defense and recovery of the Holy Land, no longer had a battlefield. They remained powerful, wealthy, and exempt from local laws and taxes by papal decree, able to move freely across all borders without owing obedience to any authority except the Pope. This independence, which had once been the foundation of their effectiveness as a fighting force, now made them, in the absence of any active crusade, a state within a state, as several sources describe them. There were also rumours, which Philip's court had been careful to cultivate, that the order wished to establish its own independent territory, perhaps in the south of France. The immediate prelude to the arrests involved a figure whose identity mattered less than his function. An ousted former Templar had made accusations against the order some years before 1307, and those accusations had come to the attention of Philip and his ministers. In 1305, a new pope had been elected, Bertrand de Got, who took the name Clement V. He was a Frenchman, chosen in part through Philip's influence, and he established the papacy at Avignon in France, initiating what later historians called the Avignon papacy. When de Molay arrived in France in early 1307 in response to a papal summons to discuss the possibility of merging the temple with the Hospitallers, neither he nor the master of the hospital, Hugues de Payens, was in favour of the idea. De Villeret, it happened, was delayed by several months in arriving. That delay proved significant. While de Molay waited, he and Pope Clement discussed the charges that had been circulating about the order. Both men, according to the scholarly account, generally agreed the charges were false. Clement nonetheless wrote a letter to Philip requesting his assistance in investigating the matter. What Philip did with that letter was to begin planning the arrests. Hugues de Villaret's ability to manage the Hospitallers' affairs with sufficient skill to give Philip little opportunity to attack his order as he had attacked the Templars has been noted by Helen Nicholson, whose account credits the master with navigating the crisis while the temple fell. The Hospitallers survived 1307. The Templars did not. On the morning of the 13th, de Molay and scores of French Templars were taken into custody simultaneously. The scale and synchronization of the operation required months of preparation and the mobilization of royal agents across every province of France. Most of those arrested were not the Knight brothers in their white mantles, but the broader membership of the order, the administrators and farmers and craftsmen who kept the Templar houses functioning. They were confined, questioned, and subjected to the procedures of the Royal Inquisition, which in regions under the control of the French king meant torture or the credible threat of it. The confessions that followed came quickly, and they came in numbers that appeared to confirm the charges. Of the 138 Templars questioned in Paris over the following period, 105 reportedly confessed to denying Christ during their initiation ceremonies, 103 to an obscene kiss being part of those ceremonies, and 123 to spitting on the cross. De Molay himself confessed. Helen Nicholson's analysis of this evidence is careful and direct. The trial proceedings from regions where torture was used, she observes, are the least reliable sources for understanding what actually happened in Templar ceremonies. Evidence gathered in Cyprus, in Aragon, and in England, where torture was not employed, told a completely different story. In those regions, the Templars emphatically denied all the charges. When told that their brothers in France had confessed, they replied that those brothers were lying. Confessions extracted under torture, or the threat of it, as Nicholson notes, lead the victim to say what the interrogator wants to hear rather than what is true. The scholarly consensus, shared by Malcolm Barber, Helen Nicholson, and Peter Partner, as cited in the secondary sources, is that the confessions were forced and that they should be discounted accordingly. Throughout the trial, there was no physical evidence of wrongdoing and no independent witnesses. The only proof consisted of confessions obtained under duress. Despite the doubts that circulated privately, the confessions produced a public scandal in Paris. The papal response was not silence. Pope Clement V wrote letters to Philip questioning the arrests, but those letters led nowhere. The political reality of the relationship between the French crown and the Avignon papacy was already established. Clement complied with Philip's demands. On the 22nd of November 1307, he issued the bull Pastoralis Praeeminentiae, instructing all Christian monarchs in Europe to arrest all Templars within their territories and seize their assets. The response of rulers outside France was, in many cases, disbelief. Helen Nicholson notes that the shock and indignation with which most secular rulers outside France greeted the papal instruction indicated that the arrest of the order came as a complete surprise to almost everyone. Their financial activities were known and sometimes resented, but the idea that the brothers were guilty of the charges now being laid before them was, to most of those who knew the order from ordinary life, difficult to credit. Proceedings were nonetheless begun in the British Isles, in Iberia, in the Kingdom of Germany, in the Italian peninsula, and in Cyprus. The likelihood of a confession being obtained from Templars in those regions, as the sources observe, depended entirely on whether torture was used to extract it. In England, the Templars were arrested and tried, but not found guilty. In France, the machinery of the Royal Inquisition ground forward without interruption. The charges themselves deserve some examination, not only for what they claimed, but for what they reveal about the political purposes they served. The accusation of denying Christ during initiation was, in the scholarly analysis of Nicholson, possibly an extreme interpretation of what may have been some form of test of obedience during the admission ceremony, but the evidence from outside France entirely contradicts even this limited reading. The charge of idol worship, specifically the worship of a figure called Baphomet, generated confessions of bewildering variety. Some brothers described the figure as having 3 faces, others as having 4 feet, others as a simple face without feet. Some described a human skull encrusted with jewels, others a carved wooden figure. Scholars, including Malcolm Barber, have linked the charge to medieval folklore about magical heads and to popular beliefs about Muslim idol worship. What is clear is that no such idol was ever produced in evidence. The majority of the charges against the Templars, as the secondary sources note, were identical to accusations that had previously been brought against others, including the late Pope Boniface VIII, against whom Philip's court had alleged denial of Christ, spitting and urinating on the cross, and devil worship. The recycled quality of the charges is, for most historians, itself significant. The question of Philip's personal belief in the charges he was bringing has occupied scholars for a long time. The dominant view, as reflected across the sources, is that Philip was motivated primarily by the Templars' wealth and by his desire to demonstrate his supremacy as the most Christian king of Europe. It is widely considered almost impossible to believe that a king who invited de Molay to serve as pallbearer at a royal funeral on the 12th of October genuinely believed, on the morning of the 13th, that his guest of the previous day was a heretic who had spat upon the cross. Dan Jones, in his account of the order, frames the Templars as the victims of a ruthlessly repressive state. Michael Hague's assessment, as expressed in his account of the Templars and the Crusader states, characterizes most or all of the charges brought against the order as trumped up, the product of a judicial process whose conclusion had been determined before any evidence was examined. The confessions obtained by torture cannot be regarded as genuine, a position that Hague shares with the broader scholarly consensus. This view receives a degree of formal, if indirect, confirmation from a document that lay unknown in the Vatican secret archives for nearly 7 centuries. In September 2001, the scholar Barbara Frale discovered a copy of what became known as the Chinon parchment, dated between the 17th and 20th of August 1308. The document recorded a meeting between 3 cardinals and the senior leadership of the order at Chinon, where de Molay and other officials appeared before a papal commission. According to the parchment's account, as described in the scholarly literature, de Molay and the others confessed to certain charges and were subsequently absolved by Pope Clement V, who restored them to communion with the Church. Frale published her findings in the Journal of Medieval History in 2004. In 2007, the Vatican published a facsimile of the Chinon parchment as part of a limited edition of 799 copies of Processus contra Templarios. The document indicates that the Pope, privately, had already absolved the order's leaders of the charges against them by August 1308, even as the trial that would ultimately destroy the order continued to grind through its prescribed stages. What the arrests of October 1307 set in motion could not, after a certain point, be undone by either papal clemency or royal second thoughts. The machinery of suppression was already moving under its own momentum. The confessions, once circulated, had created their own political reality. The Templars remained imprisoned, their houses emptied, their assets frozen. Philip continued to press his case. Pope Clement continued to comply. In 1310, dozens of Templars who had recanted their confessions were burned at the stake in Paris on the orders of Philip IV. The act was designed, in the scholarly reading, to prevent Templars from mounting an effective defense of the order before the papal commission that was then examining the charges. It failed in that specific purpose, as many brothers continued to testify against the charges in the papal investigation, but it succeeded in its broader function of demonstrating that recantation would be treated as relapse into heresy and that the consequences of recantation were final. The papal commission that concluded its proceedings on the 5th of June 1311 found no evidence that the order itself held heretical doctrines, nor that it operated under any secret rule beyond the Latin and French rules that were already known. On the 16th of October 1311, at the General Council of Vienne, the assembled council voted for the maintenance of the order. These findings and this vote might, in a different political climate, have been the end of the matter. They were not. On the 22nd of March 1312, Pope Clement V promulgated the bull Vox in Excelso, suppressing the order of the Temple by apostolic provision rather than by definitive sentence, citing the order's disrepute rather than its proven guilt. The bull's own language acknowledged that there was not sufficient reason to condemn the order. The Templar houses that had been so familiar, a feature of European life since the 12th century, fell silent. In many regions outside France, secular rulers and nobles absorbed the order's lands and held on to them rather than transferring them to the Hospitallers, as the subsequent bull ad providum, issued on the 2nd of May 1312, required. In England, the crown and nobility retained significant Templar properties until 1338. In France, Philip held on to some lands until 1318. For the order's surviving leaders, a further stage of the process remained. Jacques de Molay and Geoffroy de Charnay, preceptor of Normandy, were among those who had confessed under duress, and then, before the papal commission, retracted those confessions and proclaimed their innocence and that of the order. Both men were declared guilty of relapsed heresy. Both were sentenced to burn at the stake. On the 18th of March 1314 in Paris, the sentence was carried out. De Molay reportedly called out from the flames that both Pope Clement V and King Philip IV would soon face divine judgment. The words attributed to him in the sources, as preserved in the documentary records cited by Docres, were that God knew who was wrong and had sinned, and that a calamity would soon come to those who had condemned them to death. Pope Clement died within approximately 1 month of the execution. King Philip IV died in a hunting accident before the end of the same year. The fact that both died within the year of de Molay's execution gave the legend of the Templars' curse the grip it has retained in the centuries since. The empty Templar houses across Europe stood as the most immediate evidence of what had happened. The central archive of the order, which had been held at the order's successive headquarters in Jerusalem, then Acre, then Cyprus, passed after the dissolution into the possession of the Hospitallers. It is believed to have been destroyed when Ottoman forces captured Cyprus. The records of the order's property, its charters, its correspondence, the proceedings of its general chapters were gone. What remained were the trial documents, the confessions obtained by torture, and the silence where the Templars had been. The morning of Friday the 13th of October 1307 had taken less than a single day to dismantle an institution nearly 2 centuries old. What had taken generations to build, the networks of commanderies, the financial systems, the military reputation, the papal exemptions, the white mantles moving through the courts of every Catholic kingdom, came to an end in the pre-dawn hours, when sealed orders were opened and the king's agents walked through gates that had always, until that morning, been open. Charges were read aloud in Paris on the morning of Friday the 13th of October 1307, as the first arrested Templars were still being processed into custody across France. They were extraordinary in their specificity. The men of the Order of the Temple were accused of renouncing Christ during their admission ceremonies, of spitting upon the cross, of exchanging obscene kisses at the initiation of new brothers, of worshipping an idol called Baphomet, and of permitting and encouraging sodomy among members. These were not minor irregularities of religious practice. They were, by the standards of the medieval church and the French crown, charges of the most serious heresy imaginable, and they had been prepared in advance, carefully, by agents of King Philip IV of France, a man who had already demonstrated a willingness to pursue enemies of the faith, real or constructed, with considerable violence. To understand what happened next, it is necessary to hold 2 facts in mind simultaneously. The first is that the charges were, on their face, almost impossible to believe of an order that had spent nearly 2 centuries defending Christian pilgrims, bleeding in the service of the Church, and dying under banners bearing the Red Cross of martyrdom. The second is that confessions came in great numbers and came quickly. Of the 138 Templars questioned in Paris over the years following the arrests, 105 reportedly confessed to denying Christ during the secret initiation ceremonies. They are also, as the subsequent history of the trial makes clear, numbers that require very careful interpretation. Throughout the entire proceedings, no physical evidence of wrongdoing was produced, no idol was presented to the court, no written record of heretical instruction was found in the order's rule, which survived and was examined. The papal commission that concluded its work on the 5th of June 1311 found no evidence that the order itself held heretical doctrines or that it used any secret rule separate from the Latin and French rules already known to the Church. On the 16th of October of the same year, when the General Council of Vienne was given the opportunity to vote on the matter, the assembled council voted for the maintenance of the order. The dissolution that followed was not, therefore, a verdict. Pope Clement V, when he issued the bull Vox in Excelso on the 22nd of March 1312, was explicit on this point. The order was suppressed, he stated, not by definitive sentence, but by apostolic provision, citing the public scandal that had attached itself to the order and the damage that would result from allowing proceedings to continue. The charges, in the formal terms of church law, were never proven. The French inquisitors operated within a legal framework that permitted the use of physical coercion to extract truth from the accused, on the theoretical grounds that pain would compel a person to abandon false denials and confess what was real. In practice, as scholars working in the period have consistently observed, torture produces not truth but compliance. Helen Nicholson, writing on the trial evidence, notes that the Templars imprisoned together in French custody must have reached an understanding among themselves about what they would tell their interrogators, since the confessions emerge in groups of similar material that reflect the questions being put rather than any spontaneous common testimony. The brothers' evidence is most reliable, Nicholson argues, precisely in those moments where it contradicts the charge, because contradiction invited further punishment, and no one lies when a lie brings more torture. The pattern becomes clear when the French confessions are placed alongside the evidence gathered in regions where torture was not employed. In Cyprus, in Aragon, and in England, Templars were questioned under procedures that did not include physical coercion. In every one of these jurisdictions, the brothers emphatically denied all the charges. When told that their fellow brothers in France had confessed to these acts, the Templars questioned in Cyprus reportedly retorted that those brothers were lying. The divergence between the French testimony and the testimony gathered elsewhere is not a marginal discrepancy. It is a structural one. It maps precisely onto the presence or absence of torture as a tool of interrogation. The scholarly consensus on this question, as it had developed by the early 21st century, is not merely that the confessions were unreliable. It is that the charges were almost certainly fabricated. Scholars, including Malcolm Barber, Helen Nicholson, and Peter Partner, are cited in the secondary literature as discounting the forced admissions as evidence of actual guilt, viewing them instead as typical products of the medieval Inquisition under conditions of duress. The dominant position among historians, as Dan Jones frames it, is that the Templars were victims of a ruthlessly repressive state, and that Philip IV, who was deeply in debt to the order and who had already pursued Pope Boniface VIII, Jewish bankers, and a condemned religious woman named Marguerite Porete, through similar instruments of accusation, manufactured the charges to serve his financial and political interests. Philip had invited Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Order, to serve as a pallbearer at the funeral of his own sister on the day before the arrests. The arrest warrant that went out in the early hours of Friday the 13th began with words that can be paraphrased from the account in Docrus as a proclamation that God was displeased, that enemies of the faith were present in the kingdom. The speed of the arrests, their simultaneous coordination across France, and the careful preparation of the charges in advance all point to a plan long in motion, not a sudden discovery of genuine heresy. The majority of the specific charges lodged against the Templars were, moreover, nearly identical to accusations Philip's advisers had previously used against the inconvenient Pope Boniface VIII himself, including denial of Christ, spitting upon the cross, and related offences. This is not a coincidence that strengthens the credibility of the charges. It is a detail that reveals the charges as instruments drawn from a pre-existing toolkit of accusation. Even so, the question of belief inside the order has to be handled with restraint. The surviving scholarly record gives no reliable support for the idea that the order practiced a hidden non-Christian initiation rite. What it does show is more uncomfortable in a different way. Accusations of denial, spitting on the cross, obscene kisses, and idol worship were produced inside a political and inquisitorial system that had strong reasons to make the charges stick. The confessions vary sharply from witness to witness, and many were obtained under imprisonment or torture, so they can tell us far more about the machinery of the trial than about a stable inner doctrine of the order. That does not mean every question about Templar internal life can be closed with perfect confidence. The central archive of the order, which might have contained the most revealing documentation of its administration and discipline, was lost after the dissolution. It passed to the Hospital of St. John, and is presumed to have been destroyed when Ottoman forces captured Cyprus. What was held there, no one now knows. But absence is not evidence for an esoteric survival. Where the sources fall silent, the most careful course is to say that the charges remain unproven, and that the strongest evidence points to coercion, political pressure, and the familiar language of medieval heresy prosecutions rather than to a demonstrable hidden Templar rite. What is known is that in September 2001, a Vatican archivist named Barbara Frale discovered a document in the Vatican Secret Archives that changed the terms of the debate significantly. The document is known as the Chinon Parchment, and it is dated between the 17th and 20th of August, 1308. It records proceedings at Chinon, where 3 papal cardinals met with Jacques de Molay and other senior leaders of the order who had been diverted from the broader proceedings at Poitiers. The parchment documents their confessions, and it documents their absolution. Pope Clement V, the document indicates, privately absolved the leaders of the order in 1308, even as the public machinery of condemnation continued to grind forward under pressure from Philip. Frale published her findings in the Journal of Medieval History in 2004. In 2007, the Vatican published the Chinon Parchment as part of a limited edition of 799 copies of Processus contra Templarios. A second Chinon Parchment, dated the 20th of August 1308, and addressed to Philip IV, stated that absolution had been granted to all Templars who had confessed to heresy, and that they had been restored to the sacraments and to the unity of the Church. The significance of the Chinon Parchment is profound, and its implications are layered in ways that resist easy summary. At the most basic level, it demonstrates that Clement V did not, in 1308, regard the Templar leaders as genuine heretics beyond redemption. He absolved them. He restored them to the Church. If he had believed the charges to be substantially true, absolution under these circumstances would have been a grave theological error on his part, one that his own canon lawyers would have advised against. What the parchment suggests is that Clement knew the charges were, at minimum, not what they appeared to be, and that he was managing a political crisis rather than a spiritual one. At a more troubling level, the parchment demonstrates that the private absolution of 1308 did not protect Jacques de Molay or Geoffroy de Charnay when they stood before their judges 6 years later. De Molay had confessed under torture, retracted his confession, and eventually proclaimed the innocence of himself and his order. Geoffroy de Charnay, preceptor of Normandy, had done the same. On the 18th of March, 1314, both men were burned at the stake in Paris as relapsed heretics, condemned for withdrawing confessions that had themselves been produced under duress. The absolution recorded at Chinon in 1308 had not been made public. The machinery of the French state continued to operate. The fire was lit. From the flames, according to a tradition recorded in the secondary literature and preserved in a document quoted in the Docrus source, De Molay called out that both Pope Clement and King Philip would soon face divine judgment. Pope Clement V died within approximately 1 month of de Molay's execution. King Philip IV died before the end of that same year of 1314 following a hunting accident. The exact intervals between de Molay's death in March and the deaths of Clement and Philip are not specified in the sources available here, but both died within the year of his execution. Whether one regards this as coincidence, as the working of historical forces set in motion by years of political violence, or as something else entirely, the symmetry of the timing lodged itself in the memory of the age. The curse of the Templars, as it became known, passed into legend. The question with which this chapter began, whether the Templars were guilty, does not resolve cleanly because it contains within it several distinct questions that pull in different directions. Were the specific charges that Philip brought against the order true, on the available evidence, or most certainly not, or not in the form in which they were presented? Were the confessions reliable? No, given the conditions under which they were obtained, and the stark contrast with testimony gathered where torture was absent. Was the dissolution of the order a legitimate act of ecclesiastical justice? The council that heard the evidence voted to maintain the order, and the bull that dissolved it was careful to specify that dissolution was not a definitive sentence. Was Pope Clement sincere in his management of the affair? The Chinon parchment suggests a man caught between his own judgment, which inclined toward absolution, and the political power of a French king who would brook no obstruction. And behind all of these questions, imperfectly lit, and perhaps permanently beyond resolution, lies the further question of what the order actually was, inwardly, after 2 centuries of existence at the edge of the known world. Helen Nicholson, in her assessment of the trial evidence, concludes that the charges were not proven and that the order was dissolved on grounds of disrepute rather than demonstrated guilt. Michael Hague's account of the trial, while sympathetic to the Templars and inclined to regard most or all charges as manufactured, acknowledges the period's complexity without fully resolving it. The scholars whose conclusions are preserved in the Docre's source, including Barber, Nicholson and Partner, regard the confessions as forced admissions characteristic of medieval inquisitorial procedure. What remains, after all the testimony has been weighed and the documents laid aside, is something quieter than a verdict. It is the image of an old man standing on a platform of burning wood above the river Seine, proclaiming that he and his order were innocent, that the judgment against them was unjust, and that another tribunal would hear the case in time, and the image, just as persistent, of a parchment lying undisturbed in a Vatican archive for nearly 7 centuries, recording that a pope had already decided, in private, that this man and his brothers deserved absolution. The archive that might have settled the question was destroyed, presumably on Cyprus, sometime after the Ottoman conquest of the island. The inner life of the order went with it, what the knights believed in the deepest chambers of their conviction, what ceremonies they performed behind closed doors in the last decades of their existence, what they made of the world they had inhabited and the traditions they had encountered there. None of this can now be recovered with certainty. The fire at the stake and the fire that consumed whatever remained in that lost archive have both done their work. History is left with the contested testimony, the tortured confessions, the absent evidence, the private absolution, and the very public flames. It holds these things in the same hand and does not pretend they resolve into something simpler than they are. The Papal Commission that had spent years gathering testimony from Templars across the Christian world concluded its proceedings on the 5th of June 1311, and when its findings were set aside and examined with care, they contained something that must have troubled those who had driven the whole enterprise forward. The Commission found no evidence that the Order of the Temple held heretical doctrines as an institution, and no secret rule apart from the Latin and French rules that had circulated openly for generations and had been copied into the manuscripts of other religious houses. The case against the order as a body, rather than against individual brothers, had not been made. On the 16th of October 1311, at the General Council of Vienne held in the Dauphiné, the assembled council voted for the maintenance of the order. It was a remarkable moment. After 4 years of arrests, torture, burned confessions, and scorched reputations, the institutional voice of the Church, gathered in council, looked at the evidence and found it insufficient to condemn. Those who had hoped that the council itself would provide a clean and final verdict were to be disappointed. Pope Clement V did not follow the council's vote. On the 22nd of March 1312, Clement promulgated the bull Vox in Excelso, in which he acknowledged openly that the evidence was not sufficient to condemn the order by definitive sentence. He stated that the common good, the hatred of the order by King Philip IV of France, the scandal brought about by the trial, and the likely ruin of the order that would result from the proceedings collectively made its suppression necessary. The dissolution was enacted, in the language of the document itself, not by definitive sentence, but by apostolic provision. The distinction mattered. It was not a verdict of guilt. It was an administrative act, a papal decree imposed upon an institution that had been found guilty of nothing except of having become, under the pressure of a French king's campaign, impossible to continue. Helen Nicholson, whose scholarly assessment of the trial records is direct on this point, notes that Pope Clement V actually declared the charges not proven, but dissolved the order because it had been brought into so much disrepute that it could not continue to operate. The bull Vox in Excelso was followed 2 months later, on the 2nd of May, 1312, by a second bull. Ad Providum transferred most of the Templar assets to the Knights Hospitaller, so that the original purpose of defending Christendom against its enemies might be met, even if through a different institution. It was a solution that satisfied almost no one. Philip IV of France had wanted the Templar lands in France to pass to the French crown, and held on to some of them until 1318. In England, the crown and nobility retained a great deal of Templar property until 1338, and in many areas of Europe the land was never formally transferred to the Hospitallers at all, absorbed instead by secular rulers taking advantage of the disorder. For the Hospitallers themselves, the inheritance was a complicated one. The order had just concluded the costly conquest of Rhodes, undertaken between 1306 and 1309, and was in serious financial difficulty. It was further required to reimburse King Philip IV for the expenses he claimed to have incurred in arresting and trying the Templars, and to bear the legal costs of attempting to recover Templar lands that had been seized by families of the original donors or confiscated by secular rulers. The hospital survived, but Helen Nicholson observes that it was a close thing, and that in 1312 it did not have public opinion in its favour. The wily masterful de Villeret managed the order's affairs with sufficient skill to give the King of France little opportunity of attacking it as he had attacked the Templars. Of those knights who had not admitted to the charges against them, against whom nothing had been found, or who had admitted under duress but been reconciled to the Church, some joined the Hospitallers, in some cases remaining in the same Templar houses they had always occupied. Others entered Augustinian or Cistercian houses. Still others returned to secular life with a pension. The transition was rarely clean, and in many places it was painful. Brothers who had spent decades in the order's service found themselves dispersed into a world that had been shaped by their institution, but now had no place for them within it. In France, the situation had been the harshest. Philip IV had in 1310 used previously forced confessions to have dozens of Templars burned at the stake in Paris for recanting those confessions before the papal commission. The act was designed, scholars have argued, to prevent Templars from mounting an effective defense of the order. The evidence of torture and coercion was consistent and pervasive. Of the 138 Templars questioned in Paris over the preceding years, 105 had reportedly confessed to denying Christ during initiation ceremonies, 103 to an obscene kiss being part of those ceremonies, and 123 said they had spat on the cross. Throughout the entire proceeding, there had never been any physical evidence of wrongdoing and no independent witnesses. The only proof, as the record made plain, had been extracted through confessions induced by torture. Scholars including Malcolm Barber, Helen Nicholson, and Peter Partner, as cited in the scholarship surrounding the trial, have discounted these forced admissions as characteristic of the methods of the medieval Inquisition rather than as reliable testimony. The papal commission that found no institutional heresy was not the only document to cast a retrospective light on the proceedings. In September 2001, a scholar named Barbara Frale discovered a copy of the Chinon parchment dated 17 to the 20th of August 1308 in the Vatican secret archives. The document indicated that Pope Clement V had absolved the leaders of the order in 1308, before the final dissolution. Frale published her findings in the Journal of Medieval History in 2004, and in 2007 the Vatican published the Chinon parchment as part of a limited edition of 799 copies of Processus contra Templarios. The document made clear that even at the height of Philip's campaign, the Church's own private judgment of the order's leadership had been one of absolution rather than condemnation. The public record and the private record had moved in opposite directions, and the private record had been kept in an archive for nearly 7 centuries before it surfaced. The fate of the order's last Grand Master closed the formal history with a particular gravity. Jacques de Molay, who had taken office around 1292 and had been arrested at dawn on Friday the 13th of October 1307 alongside scores of other French Templars, had confessed under torture, and then, like many brothers, retracted that confession. Geoffroy de Charny, preceptor of Normandy, did the same. Both men were declared guilty of being relapsed heretics, and they were sentenced to be burned alive at the stake in Paris on the 18th of March 1314. De Molay reportedly called out from the flames that both Pope Clement V and King Philip IV would soon face divine judgment. Pope Clement died approximately 1 month later. King Philip IV died in a hunting accident before the end of 1314, the same year as de Molay's execution. Those deaths entered the long memory of the order's story, becoming part of the legendary texture that surrounded the Templars long after the institution itself had ceased to exist. But the dissolution was real, and it was thorough, and the institutional machinery of the order came apart with a completeness that left very little behind in its original form. There was, however, one significant exception. In Portugal, King Denis I refused to pursue and persecute the former knights. Portugal had been among the earliest territories where the Templars had established themselves in the years closely following the order's foundation in Jerusalem, and they had been of genuine service to the Portuguese crown during the long centuries of the Reconquista. Denis was not prepared to hand over that history to the demands of a French king and a compliant pope, and he moved instead to preserve it under a different name. The Templar organization in Portugal was revived as the Order of Christ, and Denis negotiated with Pope Clement's successor, John XXII, for recognition of the new order and its right to inherit Templar assets and property. That recognition was granted in the papal bull ad Ea ex quibus, dated the 14th of March, 1319. The castle at Tomar, which had served as a Templar headquarters, became the central house of the new order. The Order of Christ would later sponsor the Portuguese maritime explorations that reshaped the known world. Henry the Navigator, a figure who would become one of the most celebrated names in that enterprise, led the order for approximately 20 years until his death. The thread connecting the poor Knights of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, as they had named themselves in Jerusalem nearly 2 centuries earlier, to the ships that pushed out along the coast of Africa and eventually around the Cape of Good Hope, was a faint one by that point, refracted through institutional transformation and the passage of generations, but the connection was there in the records and in the name. The central archive of the Order of the Temple, which had moved with the Order's headquarters from Jerusalem to Acre and then to Cyprus after 1291, passed after the dissolution into the possession of the Hospital of St. John. It is presumed to have remained on Cyprus and to have been destroyed when Ottoman Turks captured the island, along with the hospital's own documents relating to Cyprus. The loss of that archive meant the permanent disappearance of the detailed record of what the Templars had held in the Crusader states and in Cyprus, of the proceedings of their general chapters, of much of their most important correspondence. The order went out of history, in a sense, on 2 levels at once, in the formal dissolution of its institutional existence and in the destruction of the written memory that might have allowed a fuller account to be constructed. What remained was dispersed across the archives of Europe in the documents of other institutions, in the cartularies of commanderies, in the registers of royal chanceries that had dealt with Templar affairs, in the records of the trial itself. Those materials were enough to reconstruct the broad outlines of a history that had lasted in its active institutional form for something under 2 centuries. The order had been founded around 1119, given a rule at the Council of Troyes in January 1129, confirmed by papal privilege in 1139, and dissolved by papal bull in 1312. Sources do not entirely agree on the founding year, with some giving 1118 and others 1119, and the precise circumstances of the beginning remained a matter of dispute even among those who were contemporaries of the early order. What was not disputed was the end. In the years after the dissolution, the Templar houses in Europe were transferred, absorbed, abandoned, or converted to other uses. In areas where sympathetic secular lords resisted the transfer of property, individual brothers sometimes lingered in the same places they had always occupied, but the institutional structure that had given those places meaning was gone. The order could no longer raise money or operate as an institution. It no longer had its chief officials to lead it. The ecclesiastical recognition that had been the foundation of its extraordinary privileges, its freedom from local laws, its exemption from taxes, its ability to pass freely through all borders, had been removed by the same papal authority that had granted it. The specific form of the dissolution, by apostolic provision rather than definitive sentence, left a peculiar residue in the historical record. The order had not been found guilty. It had been suppressed because the circumstances made its continuation impossible, and because a powerful king had made sufficiently clear that he would not permit any other outcome. Dan Jones, summarizing the arc of the trial, frames the Templars as victims of a ruthlessly repressive state, and the record of coercion, fabricated charges, and torture-extracted confessions supports that framing at every point where the evidence can be examined carefully. The charges involving the denial of Christ, obscene kisses, idol worship of a figure called Baphomet, and sodomy had been consistent features of Philip IV's campaign from the moment the arrest began on that October morning in 1307. The fact that Templars in Cyprus, Aragon, and England, in territories where no torture was applied, denied all charges emphatically and contradicted the confessions of their brothers in France, provided a clear measure of what the French confessions were worth. By the time the last fires had cooled in Paris and the last surviving brothers had dispersed into other orders or into secular life, the Order of the Temple had been an institution of Christendom for approximately 103 years. In that time, it had grown from a small group of knights given a wing of a palace on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem to an organization that, at the height of its power, had between 15,000 and 20,000 members, owned approximately 15,000 Templar houses across Europe and the Near East, possessed its own fleet of ships, and had at one point owned the entire island of Cyprus. It had developed an early form of banking that allowed pilgrims to deposit valuables in one country and withdraw equivalent funds in another, and had served as the financial infrastructure through which European monarchs conducted much of their business. It had built castles, held frontier territories, and contributed to the military defense of the Crusader states through periods when without the military orders those states would likely not have survived at all. None of that history was sufficient to protect it when the political will to destroy it was present and the institutional means of resistance had been removed. The Pope who dissolved it was based in Avignon, within the French orbit of influence, and had been elected after a period of dispute that Philip IV had done much to shape. The charges that had been used against the Templars were, as Helen Nicholson notes, the same kind of accusations Philip had deployed against others whose removal served his purposes. Pope Boniface VIII, the Jews and Lombard bankers of France, Marguerite Porrette, Bishop Guichard of Troyes. The pattern was consistent. The Templars were, in this reading, not exceptional victims, but the largest and most consequential targets of a deliberate policy. The order's possessions were gone. Its archive was eventually lost. Its leaders were burned. Its rule, which had once been copied into the manuscripts of other religious houses and read admiringly by lay witnesses during the trial proceedings in Cyprus, survived in libraries it had not owned. 2 knights on 1 horse. The image that Matthew Paris had sketched around 1250 to represent the order's early poverty remained as a seal impression in wax on charters in archives across Europe, the most durable material trace of an institution that had, in its final years, been wealthy, powerful, indebted, isolated, and finally destroyed. The modern orders that would later claim descent from the Knights Templar, the fraternal and Masonic bodies that incorporated Templar symbols and titles from at least the 18th century onward, traced a lineage that professional historians have found no documentary basis for accepting. The sovereign military order of the Temple of Jerusalem, established in 1804, and the various bodies that preceded and followed it drew on the romantic revival of interest in the medieval order rather than on any demonstrable institutional continuity. The modern Templar orders, Helen Nicholson concludes directly, date back no further than those romantic revivals of the 18th and 19th centuries. What continued, in a form that was at least partly traceable to the original institution, was the Order of Christ in Portugal. What was lost was the order itself. The distinction that the Pope had been careful to preserve in the language of the document, acknowledging the insufficiency of the evidence even while proceeding with the dissolution, did not change the practical outcome. The houses were emptied, the brothers dispersed, the archive was lost, and the 2 centuries of the order's existence settled into the historical record, contested and fragmentary, shaped as much by what had been destroyed as by what had been preserved. On the morning of the 18th of March, 1314, Jacques de Molay was brought from his long imprisonment to face the final judgment of the Church and the French crown. He had been Grand Master of the Knights Templar for more than 2 decades, having taken office around 1292. He had known the order at the height of its influence, had toured the courts of Europe to seek support for a new crusade, had seen its last mainland strongholds fall, had watched its headquarters removed from the Holy Land to the island of Cyprus. And for more than 6 years he had been a prisoner, his confession obtained under torture, his order dissolved, his life narrowed to a cell and a waiting. Alongside him stood Geoffroy de Charny, the preceptor of Normandy, who had also retracted the confession that had been taken from him under duress. The 2 men were declared guilty of being relapsed heretics, their fate sealed not by any finding of evidence, but by the fact of their retraction. To retract a confession, in the legal world that Philip IV of France had constructed around the Templars, was itself the crime that justified burning. The sentence was carried out in Paris. Both men were burned at the stake. The sources record that de Molay remained defiant to the end. According to the tradition preserved in the sources, he called out from the flames that both Pope Clement V and King Philip IV would soon face divine judgment for what they had done. Precise words vary across accounts. The version recorded in one source renders his statement in French, its meaning something close to the following: that God knows who has sinned and acted wrongly, and that a calamity will soon come upon those who have condemned the innocent to death. Whether these exact words were spoken, or in what form they were preserved, the tradition became powerful enough to outlast the men who had condemned him. Pope Clement V died within approximately 1 month of the execution. King Philip IV died in a hunting accident before the end of 1314, the same year in which de Molay had burned. Both sources and later traditions found this sequence of deaths impossible to ignore. Remained beyond certain verification. The sources note these deaths without resolving what, if anything, they signified. The execution, on the 18th of March 1314, brought to a close a sequence of events that had begun, in their most immediate form, at dawn on Friday, the 13th of October, 1307, when King Philip IV had ordered the simultaneous arrest of de Molay and scores of French Templars. The charges laid against the order had included heresy, denial of Christ, spitting on the cross, obscene kisses, worship of a figure known as Baphomet, and sodomy. Of 138 Templars questioned in Paris, 105 had reportedly confessed to denying Christ, 103 to an obscene kiss, and 103 to spitting on the cross. No physical evidence of wrongdoing had been produced at any point in the long proceedings. The only proof the prosecution could offer consisted of confessions obtained through torture, and many of those confessions had later been retracted. Scholars whose positions are summarized in the sources consistently discount the forced confessions as reliable evidence of actual wrongdoing. Helen Nicholson, whose account is among the sources consulted for this production, observes that in regions where no torture was used, including Cyprus, Aragon, and parts of England, the Templars emphatically denied all the charges, and when told that the brothers in France had confessed, replied that those brothers had lied. The papal commission that ended its proceedings on the 5th of June, 1311, found no evidence that the order itself held heretical doctrines, and the General Council of Vienne, meeting on the 16th of October, 1311, voted for the maintenance of the order. It was by papal provision, not by definitive sentence, that Pope Clement V issued the bull Vox in Excelso on the 22nd of March 1312, suppressing the order on grounds that included the scandal brought about by the trial and the damage already done to the order's reputation, rather than on any proven finding of guilt. The order had not been condemned. It had been dissolved, because it could no longer survive. Dan Jones, whose work is among the sources for this documentary, frames the Templars as victims of what he describes as a ruthlessly repressive state, a characterization that shapes his reading of the trial and the dissolution. The dominant scholarly view, reflected across multiple sources here, holds that Philip IV, deeply in debt to the order and seeking both financial relief and the political prestige of defending Orthodox Catholicism, had constructed the case against the Templars from charges that closely resembled those previously levelled at others he had persecuted. The majority of the charges were, as one source notes, nearly identical to those made against Pope Boniface VIII, another target of Philip's campaigns. The king had invited de Molay to serve as a pallbearer at the funeral of the king's sister on the very day before the arrests, a detail that suggests the speed and coordination of what followed came as a complete surprise to the Grand Master himself. In September 2001, a scholar named Barbara Fraile discovered a copy of the Chinon parchment dated 17 to the 20th of August 1308 in the Vatican secret archives. The document indicated that Pope Clement V had absolved the leaders of the order in 1308 after they confessed before a panel of cardinals at Chinon. Fraile published her findings in the Journal of Medieval History in 2004. The Vatican published the Chinon parchment in 2007 as part of a limited edition of 799 copies of a document known as the Processus contra Templarios. The parchment made clear that absolution had been extended to those leaders who had confessed, and that they were restored to the sacraments and the unity of the Church. This meant that at the moment de Molay and Acciani were burned as relapsed heretics in 1314, the Pope had already, years before, issued them a form of absolution. The distance between that private absolution and the public fire on the island in the Seine represents one of the more troubling measures of the gap between ecclesiastical procedure and political reality in the years of Philip IV. To stand at the end of the order's history and look back across the 2 centuries of its existence is to be confronted with a persistent difficulty. The organization that ended in fire and accusation bore so little resemblance, in its final form, to the one that had begun in the aftermath of the First Crusade. The order had been founded around 1119, when a French knight from the Champagne region, Hugues de Payens, approached King Baldwin II of Jerusalem with a proposal for a monastic military order to protect Christian pilgrims on the dangerous roads between the coast and the Holy City. The question of the precise founding date is one on which the sources do not agree. Michael Haag's account states the order was founded on Christmas Day 1119 in Jerusalem, while Helen Nicholson's account suggests 1119 as the probable year, with formal church approval following at the Council of Nablus in January 1120, and the source by Dr. Uday Dokraz gives 1118 in some passages and 1119 in others. Both the 1118 and the 1119 figures appear in the scholarly literature, and neither has been definitively resolved. The sources also differ on whether the founding initiative came from the knights themselves, from the Patriarch of Jerusalem, or from King Baldwin, and contemporaries at the time disagreed on this point as well. What is agreed is that the order began with very little. The founding group consisted of Hugues de Payens and a small number of companions, variously described as 8 or 9 in total, including Godfrey de Saint-Omer and André de Montbard. They were given a wing of the royal palace on the Temple Mount, in the building the Crusaders called Solomon's Temple, which was in fact the Al-Aqsa Mosque. From this location the order took its name. The emblem that Matthew Paris, the 13th century monk and chronicler, described around 1250 depicted 2 knights riding on one horse, a symbol of the order's early poverty. That image of shared poverty, of 2 men and 1 horse, is the founding image of the Knights Templar, and it retained its hold on the order's self-understanding across the entirety of its existence. The poverty did not last long in practical terms. Bernard of Clairvaux, the Cistercian abbot who was himself a nephew of André de Montbard, one of the founding knights, wrote a treatise in support of the order before 1136, and played an important role in drawing up the order's Latin rule at the Council of Troyes in January 1129. The exact nature of Bernard's involvement in the order's foundation is a matter on which sources differ. Helen Nicholson's account notes that Bernard's role came only after the order had already come into existence, and that he may have been moved to support it because of his uncle's membership or his friendship with Count Hugh of Champagne. The source by Docres describes Bernard as the order's patron and as primarily responsible for founding the Cistercian order, whose organizational model the Templars closely followed. A brother questioned during the trial in France believed Bernard had founded the order. 2 positions are noted here without resolution, as the sources themselves offer no definitive answer. What the Council of Troyes gave the order in 1129 was formal recognition, a rule, and a white habit. Pope Eugenius III, between 1145 and 1153, allowed the brothers to wear a red cross on their white mantles, a symbol of martyrdom. With this combination of papal protection, institutional structure, and a clear military and spiritual vocation, the order grew rapidly across Europe and the Holy Land. At the height of its influence, the order is estimated to have had between 15,000 and 20,000 members, of whom roughly a tenth were actual fighting knights. This figure comes from one source and reflects an estimate rather than a precise count. Helen Nicholson's account offers the more modest observation that the orders of Temple and Hospital could each put an army of roughly 300 brothers in the field, knights and armed sergeants together, supplemented by mercenaries. The order at its peak owned the island of Cyprus, had its own fleet of ships, controlled approximately 15,000 houses across Europe and the Near East, and had developed an early form of banking, issuing letters of credit to pilgrims that allowed them to deposit valuables at home and withdraw equivalent funds in the Holy Land. The knights were among the most feared fighting forces of the medieval world, forbidden by their rule from retreating, unless outnumbered by 3 to 1, and even then only by order of their commander. Or if the Templar flag had fallen, they fought in the great battles of the Crusades. At Montgisard in 1177, where approximately 500 Templar knights and infantry defeated Saladin's force of around 26,000 soldiers in a surprise ambush near Ramla that forced the Muslim army to retreat with only about a tenth of its original number. At Hattin on the 4th of July, 1187, where Saladin's army destroyed the army of the Kingdom of Jerusalem and captured King Guy of Lusignan, and where all Templar and Hospitaller prisoners were subsequently executed. At La Forbie in 1244, where only 33 of 300 Templar knights survived, a loss estimated to be equivalent in financial terms to 1/9 of the entire Capetian yearly revenue. They fought alongside Richard I of England during the Third Crusade of 1189 to 1192, and their great castles across the Crusader states stood, as one source puts it, like islands of power amid the surrounding conflicts. The fall of Acre to the Mamluk Sultan Al-Ashraf Khalil in May 1291 ended the Templars' mainland presence. Their last foothold, the small island of Awad off the coast from Tortosa, was lost in 1302 or 1303. The order relocated its headquarters to Limassol on Cyprus and found itself an institution without a battlefield, an army without a war, a charity without the cause that had given it meaning. It was in this condition, rich, rootless, and politically exposed, that it entered the final decade of its existence. The rule that had governed the brothers' lives across 2 centuries was a detailed and demanding document. Knights were to eat meat no more than 3 times per week and were forbidden all physical contact with women, including members of their own families. The Grand Master was assigned 4 horses, a chaplain brother with 3 horses, a sergeant brother with 2 horses, and a valet to carry his shield and lance. The original 72 clauses of the rule eventually expanded to several hundred in its final form. The order had 3 main classes of member: the noble knights in their white mantles, the non-noble sergeants in black or brown, and the chaplains, who joined the order from 1139. In its best years, the rule produced an institution of extraordinary military and spiritual discipline, a community of men who had given up property, family, and personal freedom in service of something they understood as larger than themselves. It is this community, and not the trial, that the founding image of 2 knights on 1 horse was made to represent. The image spoke of poverty embraced, of shared purpose, of a journey begun without certainty of arrival, the pilgrims. The order had originally been formed to protect, were themselves people who had given up the safety of the familiar to make a journey to a place they understood as the center of the world. The knights who rode beside them, or cleared the roads before them, or built the castles that stood between them and the dangers of the way, were themselves on a kind of pilgrimage, one that had no fixed return. The founding of the order is connected, in the sources, to accounts of what the roads of the Holy Land were actually like in the years after the First Crusade. An English pilgrim named Ceolwulf, whose account is cited in one of the sources for this production, travelled to Jaffa in 1102 and arrived just hours before a storm that struck on Monday the 13th of October, 1102, and killed approximately 1,000 people. He had already suffered 1 shipwreck on the way. His account of the journey, of the dangers of sea and land, of the bodies on the shore and the shrieking of timber in the storm, gives some texture to what it meant to attempt the pilgrimage in those years. It was to protect people making journeys like Ceolwulf's that Hugues de Payens and his companions first presented themselves to King Baldwin II of Jerusalem. Between that moment and the fire on the island in the Seine, 2 centuries passed. The order that began in poverty and simplicity became one of the most powerful and wealthy institutions in the medieval world, and then was destroyed in the space of 7 years by the combination of royal debt, papal compliance, and the systematic use of torture to produce confessions that no independent evidence supported. The charges were not proven. The order was dissolved not by definitive sentence but by apostolic provision. The men who had spent their lives in its service were pensioned off, absorbed into other orders, or, in the case of those who retracted their confessions, burned. In Portugal, King Denis I refused to persecute the former Templars, and the order survived by changing its name to the Order of Christ, formally recognized by the papal bull Ad Ea Ex Quibus of the 14th of March, 1319. Henry the Navigator later led that order for approximately 20 years until his death, and the Order of Christ sponsored Portuguese maritime exploration. Elsewhere across Europe, Templar properties passed to the Knights Hospitaller under the bull Ad Providum of the 2nd of May, 1312, though in practice many were absorbed by local nobility and monarchs who saw no reason to hand them to the church. The central archive of the order, which had moved from Jerusalem to Acre to Cyprus as the order's fortunes changed, passed to the hospital after 1312 and is presumed destroyed when Ottoman forces captured Cyprus, leaving a silence at the heart of the order's own record. In September 2001, Barbara Fraile found in the Vatican secret archives the Chinon parchment, and the silence was partially broken. The document showed that the Pope had already absolved the order's leaders before their final condemnation. The Vatican made the parchment available in a limited edition in 2007, acknowledging what had been in its archives for nearly 7 centuries. It did not change what had happened on the 18th of March, 1314, but it changed what could be said about the men who died that day. Jacques de Molay and Geoffroy de Charny burned, having retracted confessions that had been extracted by force, and having proclaimed their innocence. The institution they represented had existed for roughly 2 centuries, had stretched from the pilgrimage roads of the Holy Land to commanderies in France, England, Scotland, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Croatia, Poland, Bohemia, Germany, and Hungary. It had built castles, developed banking, protected pilgrims, and fought in battles whose names still mark the history of the medieval world. It had begun with 2 knights on 1 horse, riding toward Jerusalem on roads that were not safe, and it had ended on a small island in a river in Paris, in a fire that the sources record without resolution, because there is no resolution to offer. The tradition says that de Molay called out toward the cathedral and spoke of judgment to come. Both men named in that tradition were dead within the year. Whether the words were spoken as recorded, whether the deaths that followed were coincidence or consequence, the sources do not say. What they say is that the men died, and that the order died with them, and that the image of 2 knights on 1 horse, riding in poverty toward a holy city, was the image with which the order had chosen to represent itself from the beginning to the end. The ashes of Jacques de Molay had barely cooled before the stories began to accumulate. This is not unusual in history. Institutions destroyed suddenly, and under circumstances that combine injustice with spectacle, tend to generate legends in proportion to the violence of their ending. The Knights Templar, suppressed not by definitive sentence but by apostolic provision, their leaders burned not for proven crimes but for retracting confessions obtained under torture, were particularly well suited to become the subjects of legend. The order had been powerful, secretive in the ordinary way that all religious orders were secretive, wealthy beyond most institutions of its age, and connected to the most sacred geography in the Christian world. When it vanished, it left behind castles, commanderies, archives that were lost or dispersed, and a silence that invited speculation. What it also left behind, in at least one part of Europe, was an actual institutional survival. In Portugal, the king at the time of the suppression was Denis I, and his response to Pope Clement V's instructions differed markedly from the response of Philip IV of France. Denis refused to pursue and persecute the former Templars, as had occurred across most of the rest of Europe. He was grateful, the sources suggest, for the order's service during the Reconquista and in the reconstruction of the country after the wars that had shaped it. Under his protection, Templar organizations in Portugal were not dissolved so much as renamed. The order that had been the Knights Templar became the Order of Christ. Denis negotiated with Pope Clement's successor, John the 22nd, for recognition of the new order and its right to inherit the properties and assets of the old one. That recognition came in the papal bull ad Ea ex quibus, issued on the 14th of March, 1319. The castle at Tomar, which had served as a Templar headquarters in Portugal, became the central house of the Order of Christ. The continuity between the 2 orders was not simply symbolic. The same men, the same properties, and to a considerable degree, the same institutional habits persisted under a different name. The Order of Christ was more closely tied to the Portuguese crown than the Knights Templar had been, its scope limited to a single kingdom rather than operating across Christendom as a supranational force. But it survived, and in surviving, it carried the Templar inheritance into a future that the men burned in Paris in 1314 could not have anticipated. That future eventually included the sea. The Portuguese maritime expansion of the 15th century, which opened the oceanic routes to Africa and Asia and reshaped the known world, was conducted in part under the banner of the Order of Christ. Henry the Navigator, the figure most closely associated with the organization and direction of that expansion, led the order for approximately 20 years until his death. The ships of the Portuguese explorers flew the cross of the Order of Christ on their sails, a cross that was itself descended from the red cross the Templars had worn on their white mantles since Pope Eugenius III had permitted it between 1145 and 1153. The order that had been formed to protect pilgrims on the roads to Jerusalem found its institutional descendants sailing into waters no European cartographer had yet mapped, following coastlines that the medieval world had barely imagined. It is one of the stranger transformations in the long history of an institution defined by transformation. Elsewhere in the Iberian Peninsula, the Templar inheritance was absorbed into other successor organizations. In Aragon, the Order of Montesa received Templar assets. In Portugal's neighbor kingdom of Castile, the properties passed to other orders under papal instruction. In most of the rest of Europe, the transfer of Templar property to the Knights Hospitaller, as directed by the bull ad providum of the 2nd of May, 1312, was the formal outcome, though in practice a significant portion of what the Templars had owned was absorbed by secular rulers and local nobility, who had little interest in handing it to the Church. The Hospitallers, recovering from the financial strain of their costly conquest of Rhodes between 1306 and 1309, found themselves reimbursing Philip IV of France for his expenses in arresting and trying the Templars, and spending years in legal efforts to recover properties that had already changed hands. Practical legacy of the dissolution in terms of property was messy, contested, and unresolved for decades after the formal suppression. The central archive of the order, which had moved with the institution's headquarters from Jerusalem to Acre to Cyprus as the Crusader states collapsed, passed to the hospital after 1312 and is presumed to have been destroyed when Ottoman forces captured Cyprus. This loss matters. The absence of the Templars' own records, their charters, their correspondence, the proceedings of their general chapters, the documentation of their properties in the East, means that the order's internal history must be reconstructed from external sources, from chronicles written by people who were not members, from trial proceedings obtained under duress, from donor charters preserved in the archives of other institutions, and from the physical remains of their buildings. The silence at the heart of the record is not itself evidence of secrecy. It is simply the ordinary loss that attends the destruction of an institution whose enemies had reason to scatter its documents. But that silence, combined with the drama of the ending and the accusations that had accompanied it, was exactly the kind of silence that legends fill. And they did fill it. The process by which the Knights Templar became a subject of legend rather than merely of history was already underway in the decades following the suppression. The accusations made at the trial of secret initiation rites, of the denial of Christ, of idol worship, of practices that the charges described as obscene, had been repeated publicly, in Paris, in the presence of crowds who responded with scandal. The confessions had been obtained by torture, retracted by most of those who gave them, and found by the Papal Commission to be without corroboration from any physical evidence. But the accusations had been spoken, and spoken loudly, and the speaking of an accusation, however unproven, leaves a residue that the refutation rarely entirely removes. Wolfram von Eschenbach's verse, Romance Parzival, composed in the early 13th century, had already imagined the guardians of the Grail Castle as figures he called Templisen, a conscious fictionalization of the Templari, the Templars. The association between the Order and the Holy Grail, between its occupation of the Temple Mount, and whatever relics or secrets such an occupation might plausibly have yielded, was present in the literary imagination before the trial ever began. After the trial, these associations deepened and multiplied. The order that had sat on the ruins of Solomon's Temple, that had excavated beneath the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, that had accumulated wealth whose full extent was never entirely accounted for, became, in the popular imagination, an order that had found something, hidden something, known something that ordinary institutions did not know. None of this is supported by the scholarly sources for this production. Helen Nicholson's account addresses several of these legends directly, noting that there is no evidence the Templars had any knowledge of science, certainly no knowledge of magic, and that the suggestion they possessed secret wisdom is not borne out by the surviving record, which shows an organization of largely illiterate soldiers whose deliberate policy discouraged learning among its members. The modern myths surrounding the order, Nicholson observes, date back no further than the Romantic revivals of the 18th and 19th centuries. The claims of direct descent from historical Templars made by various modern organizations are, as she and other scholars note, not supported by historical evidence. What is supported by the record is that the order had real properties, real history, real members whose lives were shaped by its rule and ended by its dissolution. The commanderies scattered across France, England, Scotland, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Croatia, Poland, Bohemia, Germany and Hungary were physical places, with chapels, barns, farmland, and the ordinary texture of institutional life. Temple Cressing in ESS Ix, with its medieval barns, still stands. The Church of the New Temple in London, with its circular nave modelled on the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, is still in use. The Castle of Tomar in Portugal, the Templar fortress that became the headquarters of the Order of Christ, survives as a building that has been continuously inhabited and adapted across 7 centuries. These physical remains are not mysteries. They are the ordinary survivals of an institution that built in stone because it expected to last. The sovereign military order of the Temple of Jerusalem, established in 1804, is one of the more formally organized of the modern organizations that claim a connection to the medieval order. Its founder, Bernard Raymond Fabre, Palaprat, produced a document known as the L'armenius Charter in an attempt to establish a chain of succession from the original order, but this document is not accepted as authentic by scholars. The organization was accredited as a non-governmental organization by the United Nations in 2001, according to one of the sources. Its existence, and the existence of similar organizations, reflects the persistent appeal of the Templar name rather than any documented continuity with the institution that Pope Clement V dissolved at the Council of Vienne in 1312. Freemasonry incorporated the symbols and an order of the temple into its ritual structure from at least the 18th century. The York Rite of Freemasonry contains a degree whose title is Knight Templar, and the imagery of the medieval order, the 2 knights on 1 horse, the red cross, the connection to the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, has been woven into Masonic symbolism in ways that acknowledge the Templars as a source of inspiration while not claiming an unbroken institutional succession. Scholarly and Masonic authorities have generally rejected the theory of direct descent from the medieval Templars through members who supposedly took refuge in Scotland after the suppression, citing a lack of evidence. Helen Nicholson's account notes that there had never been many Templars in Scotland, even during the order's heyday, and that the conditions of the period made Scotland an unlikely place of refuge for surviving members. The question of whether the Templars were guilty of the charges laid against them at the trial remains, in the scholarly literature, contested in a particular way. The dominant position, represented across multiple sources here, is that the confessions were forced, that the charges were not proven, and that the trial was politically motivated by Philip IV's financial desperation and his desire to appear as the most Christian king in Europe. Dan Jones's account frames the order as victims of a ruthlessly repressive state. Michael Haag's account treats most or all of the charges as trumped up. Scholars, including Malcolm Barber, Helen Nicholson, and Peter Partner, whose positions are summarized in one of the sources, discount the confessions as forced admissions, typical of the methods of the medieval Inquisition. The Chinon parchment, discovered by Barbara Frale in September 2001 in the Vatican Secret Archives and published by the Vatican in 2007 as part of a limited edition of 709 copies of the Processus contra Templarios, shows that Pope Clement V absolved the order's leaders in 1308, which is to say before the fire that killed them in 1314. The parchment does not resolve whether the confessions made at Chinon reflected genuine practice or were themselves produced under pressure, but it establishes that the Pope found the confessions sufficient grounds for absolution rather than for condemnation, a finding that sits uncomfortably beside the burning that followed 6 years later. The afterlife of the Templars also drew in occult and esoteric claims, many of them much later than the medieval order itself. Some modern writers connected the trial charges to hidden rites, Eastern influences, or secret initiations, but those claims are not supported by the main scholarly record used here. The stronger historical evidence remains much plainer. The order was dissolved in 1312 by papal bull at the Council of Vienne. Its property was mostly transferred to the Hospitallers, and its memory was later reshaped by legend, romance, Freemasonry, and revivalist orders. What the long afterlife of the Templars tells us about the order itself is, perhaps, less important than what it tells us about the needs of those who have kept the legend alive. Every age since the suppression has found in the Templars something it required, a model of devoted simplicity for those who felt that wealth corrupted, a secret brotherhood for those who felt that official history concealed more than it revealed, a company of warriors for those who needed an image of physical courage joined with spiritual purpose, a persecuted order for those who felt that power had destroyed something worth preserving. The real order was all of these things at different moments in its history. And it was also a financial institution, a property manager, a system of agricultural estates, a naval operation, and a bureaucracy with rules governing the number of horses assigned to each rank of official. The legends have tended to favor the former cluster of qualities and to be indifferent to the latter. The founding image, the one the order chose for itself, the lead seal that showed two knights on a single horse, emphasizing poverty, devotion, and shared purpose, survived the institution that had made it. The reverse of that seal bore the image of the dome of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, the building at the center of Christian pilgrimage, the destination toward which the first Templars had oriented their entire existence. The seal carried two messages at once. We are poor and humble, and we exist in the service of the holiest place in the world. Both claims were eventually complicated by the order's history, the first by the accumulation of wealth that made it vulnerable to Philip IV, the second by the loss of Jerusalem in 1187 and the final loss of any mainland presence in 1291. But the seal was made at a time when both claims were still simple and sincere, and it is with that simplicity that the order wishes, in the image it chose for itself, to be remembered. The monastery at Tomar stands on its hill above the Nabao River in central Portugal, its soaring spires and fortified walls still visible across the town below. It has been a Templar castle, a headquarters of the Order of Christ, a center of Portuguese maritime ambition, and a building declared a World Heritage Site in the modern era. The Church of Santa Maria do Olival, across the river, holds the remains of some of Portugal's most famous knights, including Jacques de Payens, who built it. These are not legends, they are stone and bone and the patient accumulation of centuries of use. Somewhere between those stones and the stories that grew around them lies the real history of the Knights Templar, harder to see than the legend, less satisfying than the mystery, but more durable than either. An order founded in poverty to protect pilgrims on dangerous roads, that grew into one of the most powerful institutions of the medieval world, that fought in battles whose names still mark the landscape of history, that was destroyed by a king who needed its money and a pope who could not afford to resist him, that survived in Portugal long enough to carry a red cross onto the uncharted waters of the Atlantic, and that left behind, in the Vatican secret archives, a document of absolution that was not opened again for nearly 7 centuries. The founding, the fighting, the banking, the castles, the rule, the trial, the fire, the parchment, the order of Christ, the ships, the legends. 2 knights on 1 horse riding toward Jerusalem. That is what the record shows. The silence that surrounds it is real, and the stories that have filled that silence are human, and the stones at Tomar are still standing, and the roads to the holy city are as long and uncertain as they have ever been. Temple Mount in Jerusalem is quiet before the city fully wakes. The stone of the esplanade, worn smooth by the passage of pilgrims across more than 1,000 years, catches the early light at an angle that makes it appear almost warm, almost yielding, though it is neither. The dome of the rock rises at the center of the platform, its golden cupola catching the morning. The Crusaders who arrived here in the aftermath of the First Crusade called the Al-Aqsa Mosque by a different name. To them it was Solomon's Temple, the house of the ancient kings, the place where Scripture had concentrated its deepest promises. They called the Dome of the Rock the Lord's Temple, recognizing neither building for what it actually was. They were not dissembling. It was here, in or around 1119, that a small group of knights presented themselves to King Baldwin II of Jerusalem and proposed something that had not existed before. The precise circumstances of that meeting are not recoverable. The sources that describe the founding of the Order of the Temple were written years or decades after the fact, and they disagree with one another on almost every detail. Some give the initiative to the knights themselves, crusaders who had remained in the East and seen the roads running with the bodies of those they might have protected. Others give it to the Patriarch of Jerusalem, to the king, to the secular lords of the land. Helen Nicholson, whose account of the order's beginnings draws carefully on the earliest surviving testimony, concludes simply that contemporaries disagreed over how the Order of the Temple began, and that the order was probably founded in 1119 and given church approval at the Council of Nablus in January 1120. Michael Hague states the order was founded on Christmas Day 1119 in Jerusalem. Dr. Uday Dokras gives the founding as 1118 in some passages and 1119 in others. These accounts cannot be resolved into a single story, and the honest course is to hold them all lightly, as partial glimpses of something that happened once and left only its outline in the record. What is not in dispute is the image. Among the surviving seals of the order, and in the drawing made by the English chronicler Matthew Paris around 1250, two knights ride a single horse. The chronicler Paris understood this image as a record of the order's early poverty. At first, he wrote, the brothers were so poor that they only had one war horse between two, and the image was inscribed upon their seal as a record of that early poverty and as an encouragement to be humble. The seal of the Master of the Temple bore on its reverse the image of the dome of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, a lead seal from a charter dated the 27th of April, 1168, belonging to the Master Bertrand de Blancafort, shows two knights on one horse on the obverse and the cupola of the dome of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on the reverse. The founding image and the founding devotion, together on a single small disc of lead, poverty, and the Holy City, the two riders and the tomb of Christ. The brothers call themselves the Poor Knights of Christ, of the Temple which is in Jerusalem. The full Latin name was Pauperes Commilitones Christi Templice Salomonici. Poverty was not incidental to their self-understanding. It was the first word they chose. They took the three monastic vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience. They were given their headquarters in a wing of the royal palace on the Temple Mount, in the building the Crusaders called Solomon's Temple, the structure we know as the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The king and his nobles, and the patriarch and his prelates gave them some income to buy food and clothing. For the first 9 years, William of Tyre later wrote, they wore ordinary clothes like secular knights, and there were still only 9 brothers. 9 brothers in a borrowed palace on the Temple Mount. The image of the two knights on a single horse carries inside it the whole distance between what the order was and what it became, between the lean years of that first decade and the moment, roughly 150 years later, when the order owned the island of Cyprus, controlled approximately 15,000 houses across Europe and the Near East, and numbered somewhere between 15,000 and 20,000 members, of whom perhaps a tenth were actual knights. The sources do not fully agree on these numbers either. Nicholson notes that the orders of Temple and Hospital could each put an army of approximately 300 brothers in the field, knights and armed sergeants, plus mercenaries, and that the houses of the Temple in the West were always very small compared to the great monastic establishments of Europe. What is certain is that the order grew from a handful of men in borrowed rooms to something that functioned, in effect, as a sovereign institution, exempt from local laws, free to cross any border, answerable only to the Pope, and in possession of financial networks that made kings their debtors. The gap between the two knights on their single horse and the order at the height of its power is the central paradox of the Templar story. It is a paradox that the order itself seems to have sensed. The fear of poverty, Nicholson observes, and the need for careful use of resources pervades the pages of the order's customs and statutes, and brought the order a reputation for greed that ultimately contributed to its downfall. The memory of those early lean years, far from producing equanimity, produced anxiety. The two knights on the single horse were not merely an emblem of humility. They were a warning, carried in every seal impression, on every piece of official correspondence, reminding the brothers that everything they had built could dissolve back into nothing. The building that gave the order its name no longer stands in anything like its 12th century form. The Templar buildings attached to the Al-Aqsa Mosque were demolished between 1938 and 1942. By the time anyone thought to preserve them carefully, they were already gone. The rule itself was not a secret document. The Latin manuscripts that survived into modern times were not even held by the Templars. They were copied for other religious people outside the order. Pope Clement V owned 2 copies of the Templars' rule in French translation. The rule formed the basis of later military orders. During the trial on Cyprus in 1310 to 1311, one of the lay witnesses said he had read the rule and was very impressed by it. It was a public document, approved by churchmen, legible to anyone who wished to understand what the order required of its members. What the rule required was demanding. Knights were to eat meat no more than 3 times per week. They were to have no physical contact of any kind with women, including members of their own family. The Grand Master was assigned 4 horses, and a chaplain brother with 3 horses, and a sergeant brother with 2 horses, and a gentleman valet to carry his shield and lance with 1 horse. The original 72 clauses of the rule expanded over time to several hundred. The knights wore white surcoats and white mantles with a red cross. The sergeants wore black tunics with a red cross and black or brown mantles. The white mantle was assigned at the Council of Troyes in January 1129, when the rule was formally established, and Bernard of Clairvaux played an important role in drawing up the Latin version. The Red Cross was most probably added in 1147 at the launch of the Second Crusade. Pope Eugenius III, reigning between 1145 and 1153, allowed the Templars to wear the Red Cross on their white mantles to show that they were Christ's knights, and the Red Cross on white was also a symbol of martyrdom. To die in combat was not feared but sought, or at least accepted as the highest possible end. The rule prohibited retreat unless the knights were outnumbered by 3 to 1, and then only by order of the commander, or if the Templar flag fell. Only after all flags had fallen were Templars permitted to leave the battlefield. This was not recklessness. It was a theology of the body, a belief that the physical act of holding one's ground until death was itself a form of prayer. The order that grew from this theology was not a simple thing. Its members came mostly from the lower ranks of knights, or from families with no knighthood descent at all. Many were craftsmen, or people who performed ordinary agricultural tasks such as herding sheep and cattle. In England, suitable religious texts were translated into colloquial French so that the brothers could understand them when read aloud, since the knights and squires could read their own language but not Latin. These were not, for the most part, educated men. They were devout people with an uncomplex faith whose deepest desire was to serve God in battle and so win eternal life. They stayed near their families even after joining the order. They were loyal to their old lords and to their king. They were, in almost every respect, ordinary people doing an extraordinary thing, and the ordinariness is part of what makes the surviving evidence about them valuable. Through the Templars, something of the inner life of the medieval non-noble comes briefly into view. Away from the frontiers, the order in Europe concentrated on raising money for the war against the Muslims, so much so that contemporaries saw the Templars as more concerned about money than anything else. They were best known in everyday life for their financial activities, looking after the treasure of the crowns of Europe, and providing financial services for nobles, knights, merchants, and squires. By 1150, the order had developed what was, in effect, an early form of banking. A pilgrim deposited valuables at a local Templar house before departing, received a document indicating the value of the deposit, and could withdraw equivalent funds at Templar houses in the Holy Land. This kept pilgrims safer on the roads. It also made the order steadily wealthier, and wealth made them, in the eyes of those who needed it and could not access it, into something other than poor knights on a single horse. The Templar network stretched across France, England, Scotland, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Croatia, Poland, Bohemia, Germany, and Hungary. Their first fortresses in the east came to them in the 1130s, in the north of the Crusader states, in the Amarnas mountains beyond Antioch, Bagras, which the Franks called Gaston, Darmsac, Roche-Roussel, Port Bonnel, and the site known as Roche-Guillaume. These castles guarded mountain passes against Cilician Armenians and Byzantine Greeks as much as against Muslims. The order's military presence was not simply a line drawn between Christian and Muslim worlds. It was a complex engagement with a landscape of competing powers, in which the Templars were often one faction among many, making alliances, holding fortresses, losing them, recovering them, losing them again. They won famous victories. At the Battle of Montgisard in 1177, approximately 500 Templar knights and infantry defeated Saladin's force of around 26,000 soldiers, launching a surprise ambush at Montgisard near Ramla and forcing Saladin's army to retreat with only about a tenth of its original number. They suffered catastrophic defeats. Within months, Saladin recaptured Jerusalem. At the Battle of La Forbie in 1244, only 33 of 300 Templar knights survived, and the estimated financial loss was equivalent to 1/9 of the entire Capetian yearly revenue. After the fall of Acre in May 1291 to the Mamluk Sultan Al-Ashraf Khalil, the Templars lost their last mainland strongholds, including Tortosa and Atlit, and relocated their headquarters to Limassol on Cyprus. By 1302 or 1303, they lost their last foothold at Arwad Island. The Order's central archive, held first in Jerusalem, then in Acre, then on Cyprus after 1291, was eventually lost. After the dissolution of the Order in 1312, the archive passed to the Hospital of St. John, and is presumed to have been destroyed when Ottoman Turks captured Cyprus. The detailed records of 2 centuries of military campaigns, financial transactions, property holdings, and chapter proceedings are gone. What remains is scattered, partial, preserved largely by accident in the hospital's archive in Malta, in papal registers in the Vatican, in carceries across Europe. The arrest came at dawn on Friday, the 13th of October, 1307. King Philip IV of France, who was deeply in debt to the Templars, and who had been pressing his case against them for some time, ordered the simultaneous arrest of Jacques de Molay and scores of French Templars. The arrest warrant began with words paraphrased in the sources as, "God is not pleased. We have enemies of the faith in the kingdom." The charges were sweeping: heresy, denial of Christ, spitting on the cross, obscene kisses, idol worship including of a figure called Baphomet, and sodomy. Of the 138 Templars questioned in Paris over the following years, 105 reportedly confessed to denying Christ, 103 to an obscene kiss, and 123 to spitting on the cross. No physical evidence of wrongdoing was produced. The only proof consisted of confessions obtained under torture. The evidence from regions where no torture was used told a different story. In Cyprus, Aragon, and England, where the Templars were questioned without the coercive methods employed by Philip's agents, the brothers denied all the charges. When they were told that brothers in France had confessed, they reportedly retorted that those brothers were lying. Scholars, including Malcolm Barber, Helen Nicholson, and Peter Partner, have discounted the French confessions as forced admissions, typical of the methods of the medieval Inquisition. Pope Clement V dissolved the order at the Council of Vienne in 1312, not by definitive sentence but by apostolic provision, because although the charges had not been proven, the order had been brought into such disrepute that it could not continue to operate. Dan Jones, in his account of the Templars, frames the brothers as victims of a ruthlessly repressive state. Goodreads' reviews of Michael Hague's study suggest that most or all charges against the Templars are best understood as trumped up, shaped by Philip's financial interests and the political pressure he was able to bring to bear on a compromised papacy. In September 2001, a researcher named Barbara Frail discovered a copy of the Chinon parchment in the Vatican Secret Archives, a document dated 17 to the 20th of August 1308, which indicated that Pope Clement V had absolved the leaders of the order in 1308. Frail published her findings in the Journal of Medieval History in 2004. The Vatican published the Chinon parchment in 2007 as part of a limited edition of 799 copies of Processus contra Templarios. The absolution granted in 1308 did not prevent the dissolution in 1312. The leaders were burned at the stake in Paris on the 18th of March, 1314. Jacques de Molay and Geoffroy de Charnay, preceptor of Normandy, had both retracted their confessions and proclaimed their innocence. De Molay reportedly called out from the flames that both Pope Clement V and King Philip IV would soon face divine judgment. Pope Clement died approximately 1 month later, and King Philip died in a hunting accident before the end of 1314. The order's assets passed largely to the Knights Hospitaller by papal bull. The Hospitallers had survived the suppression, partly because their master Hugues de Payens managed the order's affairs with sufficient skill to give the King of France little opportunity of attacking them, as he had attacked the Templars. In Portugal, King Denis I refused to persecute the former knights, and the order survived by changing its name to the Order of Christ, recognized by the papal bull Ad Ea Ex Quibus of the 14th of March, 1319. Individual Templars were absorbed into other religious houses, or pensioned off and allowed to live out their days in secular life. The archive was lost. The central chain of command was broken. The Grand Mastership died with de Molay. The commanderies passed to other hands. The chapels continued to be used as churches or fell into ruin. The modern organizations that claim connection to the medieval Templars trace their lineages no further back than the Romantic revivals of the 18th and 19th centuries, according to Nicholson. Freemasonry incorporated Templar symbols and an Order of the Temple from at least the 18th century. The Sovereign Military Order of the Temple of Jerusalem was established in 1804. These are later creations, shaped by what people imagined the Templars to have been, rather than by what the surviving evidence shows. What the surviving evidence shows is more modest and, in its modesty, more affecting. It shows men who took vows they could not always keep, who held fortresses on the edges of habitable terrain, who died in great numbers in battles whose strategic significance is now difficult to reconstruct, who managed farms and vineyards and banking operations across a continent, who prayed according to a daily schedule derived from Cistercian practice, who could not read Latin and had their devotional texts translated into the vernacular so they could follow along when the words were read aloud. It shows an organization that began with the problem of the pilgrim roads, with the simple and documented fact that people attempting to travel from the coast of Palestine to Jerusalem were being killed. The English pilgrim, Ceolf, arriving at Jaffa on the 13th of October 1102, survived a catastrophic storm that killed approximately 1,000 people. His account of the journey is among the earliest eyewitness records of the conditions that gave the Templars their original purpose. The pilgrim roads still exist. The land between the coast and Jerusalem has changed and not changed. The distance is not great. The difficulty was never purely physical. It was always also the difficulty of moving through contested territory, of being small and vulnerable in a landscape where power was uncertain and violence was quick. The Templars were not a solution to that difficulty. They were a response to it, organized and eventually institutionalized, carrying in their founding image, on their seal, on every piece of correspondence, the memory of what they had been before they became what they became. 2 men, 1 horse, the long road, the city at the end of it, the buildings they occupied on the Temple Mount are gone. The esplanade is quiet in the early morning. The stone is warm or cool depending on the season, smooth underfoot, indifferent to the specific weight of whoever crosses it. The dome of the rock still carries the cupola that appeared on the reverse of the Master's seal. The Al-Aqsa Mosque still stands where the first 9 knights made their vows and were given their name and began, in poverty and uncertainty, to organize themselves into something that would outlast them all by 2 centuries and leave behind, in the end, almost nothing material and almost everything that matters, the record of an attempt, partial and compromised and sometimes brutal, to do something useful at the edge of what was known.